Sitting to my right is Secretary of Planning Chris Ryer, the Director of Planning is also the Secretary for this commission. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen is not present. Marcia Collins.
Present.
Eric Costello is not present. Talib Horn.
Present.
Claudia Jolin.
Present.
Doug McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams is not present. Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And Sean Davis.
Present. We have before us our meeting minutes from November 30th, 2023. Has everybody had a chance to review them? Are there any questions or comments regarding them? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Does anybody have, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? On our consent agenda, we have CIP transfers. We have 2 Board of Estimate meetings. First one was from December 6th. There were 7 items on the CIP. Any questions regarding any of those? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, we have the December 15th Board of Estimate meetings. There was 1 transfer item. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Finally, on the consent agenda, we have the adoption of our Planning Commission schedule through December of 2024. Any questions on that? Other than the fact that, as usual, the March 28th commission is opening day for the Orioles. So we will have to play that one by ear.
We may be able to adjust that at least the future year.
Yes. I think it happens every single year. So any other questions or comments regarding that? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Collins. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. I turn it over to you, Mr. Secretary, for the regular agenda.
The first item on the regular agenda is City Council Bill Number 23-0447, a landmark list for the exteriors of 3110 Elm Avenue in the 14th Councilmatic District. Lauren Shizek will present.
Excuse me real quickly. I forgot to mention this. If anybody's here for agenda items number 6 or 12, number 6 is the Climate Action Plan, and number 12 is the Market Center Strategic Revitalization Plan adoption. Both of those agenda items have been postponed to a future meeting, so pay attention to when those will be on the schedule again. But if you're here for those, we are not going to be hearing those today. With that, I turn it over.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I have to present for you the landmark designation for 3110 Elm Avenue. This property is located in the southwestern portion of the Hamden neighborhood, overlooking the Jones Falls River Valley. The Mount Vernon Mill Company owned this property and the immediately surrounding blocks until various points in the early 20th century. On the east side of Elm Avenue, the development pattern is residential, dominated by 2-story 1920s brick row houses with front porches overlooking front yards. The Florence Crittenden home, which is a Baltimore City landmark and under easement with the Maryland Historical Trust, so you know it's highly significant, is located immediately east of 3110 Elm Avenue. The property has a historic 19th century stone mansion house with a 1920s dormitory addition, and was originally the home of the owner of the Mount Vernon Mill. So this was where he would sit on his porch and look down, essentially at his, in some ways, an urban plantation where he could see all of his workers, see his mill, and sort of see all of his wealth that he had gathered. This brick industrial building is located in a lot that is 200 feet wide by 143 feet deep. It has 3 street-fronting primary elevations, with the primary facade facing on the 3100 block of East Elm, and the other elevations facing Falls Cliff Road to the west and 32nd Street to the north. These 3 elevations are detailed with brickwork, cast concrete, and limestone. The east elevation facing Elm Avenue is 2 stories tall. The brick on all elevations is a highly fired red brick laid in a common bond, and the corners of the building feature an entrance bay flanked by slightly projecting pilasters that rise to the full height of the building. All the window openings have limestone stills and soldier course bond lintels, and the large window bays are filled with industrial steel windows of various sizes. The brick industrial building was constructed in 1930 for John H. Ferguson, and it's an excellent example of the post-World War I industrial development in the residential neighborhoods of Baltimore City. This development pattern became a strong economic force and a character-defining element in many neighborhoods of the city. And this property represents the industrial diversification in Hamden when many of the longstanding industries were becoming obsolete, such as the cotton mills, which shows how Hamden reinvented itself from a 19th century industrial mill village to an industrial city neighborhood in the 20th century. The property is an excellent example of 1920s and 1930s industrial architecture, utilizing modern building materials and engineering practices to accommodate 20th century machinery. The building is largely unchanged from 1930 and retains sufficient physical integrity to convey its historical association. There have been no previous legislative or planning commission actions regarding this site. And I share this map just to show the red X marks the spot of essentially where this building is, but you can see the land holdings of the Mount Vernon Mill Company. And in the late 1920s, early 1930s, following a labor strike by the workers at the mill, the owners of the mill decided to retaliate by moving their business down south where there weren't as strong labor laws. And so the people who lived in the stone mill houses, ended up losing their homes, they lost their jobs, and the properties surrounding the mill, including this property, but adjacent, the other industrial buildings surrounding, and even down to the Steve Silver building further to the south, that was all property owned by the Mount Vernon Mills that were sold in the early 20th century and then became part of this sort of industrialization within city neighborhoods that had sort of light industry that was safe to be immediately adjacent to residential homes. And so sort of the sort of death knell of this larger mill industry, cotton mill industry, led to the rise of smaller scale neighborhood-based industries. Conformity to plans, the request conforms to the goals and objectives of the Baltimore City Comprehensive Master Plan, specifically PLAY, goal number 1, strengthen stewardship of historical and cultural resources, and LIVE, objective 4, protect and enhance the preservation of Baltimore's historic buildings and neighborhoods. Councilmember Ramos initiated a potential landmark designation request in September 2022, formally requested a designation in November of that year, and this was in response to a development proposal for the parcel. The potential landmark designation hearing was postponed several times due to the request of the owner's legal counsel and Councilmember Ramos, but eventually the property was designated as a potential landmark in September 2023 by CHAP, which is an immediate but temporary protection for historically significant properties. And so in order for that protection to remain on the property needs to become designated officially as a Baltimore City landmark through this legislation. This is a second public hearing for this property as part of the Baltimore City landmark designation process. The first hearing was the December 12th, 2023 hearing of the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation, during which the Commission reviewed and recommended approval of landmark designation because it meets criteria 1 and 3 of CHAP's criteria for designation. The Commission recommended approval of the landmark designation, and that landmark designation report was provided to this Commission in case you were interested in really diving deep into the history. And the proposed designation will have positive impacts in terms of both short-term and long-term equity and addressing patterns of inequity and community engagement, as well as inclusion of residents and internal operations. The Hamden Community Council, South Hamden neighbors, Audubon, Maryland, and close to 30 individual neighbors were notified of this hearing, and the site was posted in accordance with the Planning Commission guidelines. And we received letters of support from Councilmember Ramos, Alina Chaudhry, Ashley Kidner, Kathleen Littleton, and Jennifer McBrien, and those letters of support are on the Wix site for the commissioners. And in addition, I do know that there are also people here to testify as well. And all of those letters were in support of this designation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shiza. Are there any questions for planning? Commissioner McCoach?
Director, yes, I do have one question. Is the context of this landmarking to either support an application to the state for tax credits that would support its restoration, or is it more of action to prevent its demolition and change, or both?
Well, I think that has changed. The development proposal that had been proposed is now no longer going to happen. The developer stepped away. But yes, designating this as a Baltimore City landmark will allow this property to be able to access historic tax credits. While the neighborhood of Hamden is in a National Register Historic District, this property was actually left off for a reason that I think was an omission. I think it was just simply shoddy work. But it still harms its ability to then get those tax credits. And so through this designation, it will then allow this building to be eligible for historic tax credits at the federal, state, and local levels. And in addition to, I think, another benefit of this designation is that it will, and I talked about it in the equity piece, which I breezed over in this presentation, but it will allow for there to be a requirement for community engagement and input into what happens with this property, which is not something that is currently required by the development plans. There's a lot that can be done with that property by right that will have an immediate a significant impact on the immediately surrounding neighborhoods or neighbors. So,
Thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson?
No questions. Beautiful building.
thank you.
Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Commissioner Jolin?
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Good morning, everyone. This is the first of the 4 that I have for you today. I will be with you all today. For the record, I'm Odette Ramos. I represent the 14th District, where this building is located. As you heard from the presentation, a lot of the properties around this area have already been designated historic, and so it is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood to do so. There was at one point a threat of demolition, and that is no longer the case with this designation. The bookbindery that was located inside the building, the family is retiring and they want to sell the building. There is a lot of interest, which is great, and with the designation that allows them to apply for the tax credits, but also to make sure that that building, which is beautiful, is preserved. And the interest of the community is not only to have something there, it's zoned IMU, so the opportunity for light industrial is still there, as well as residential and commercial. So there's some opportunities there as well. There's also a very important and rare occurrence that occurs there every single year with the chimney swifts, that the birds that go into the chimney that is there. It's an over 100-year-old chimney, and it is one of the last roosting places for the chimney swifts in this area as they migrate. So it is pretty much it is a phenomenon if you have not seen it. It is pretty amazing. So I would really appreciate your approval of this designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Councilwoman? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this agenda item?
Come on, Alice.
You came all the way down here.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Alice Greeley Nelson, and I am here representing the birds. I've been monitoring the chimney for 35 years, and when they were talking about redeveloping and tearing the chimney down, it is a big community event. Hundreds of people show up. They encircle the building, they see the chimney swifts, and we get between the largest count I got was 7,000 birds going down a chimney. The average now is about 3,000. So the swifts have slowly been, there's not on the endangered list, but they are, so this is a very important chimney. So I got Odette involved in this and the community involved. We've had quite a few meetings. So as I say, I'm here for the birds, and I would really hope that this will pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
How are you able to count the birds?
I have one of those hand clickers, and as they go in the chimney, my husband and I will sit there, and I've trained a couple of other people, but as they drop into the chimney, because they roost in the chimney, they can't roost anywhere else, and because their development of their feet, so they hang on the inside. So as they're dropping in the chimney, I count them by tens. So I do that.
Excellent work, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Your finger must get really tired.
I do, but this really nice modern things, you can just click away.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Discussion amongst the commission? If not, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion seconded. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen. Approve. Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
And Sean Davis.
Approve. All
All
right.
right, the next item on the agenda is the final Govens Elementary School Inspire Plan adoption in the 4th Councilmatic District. Yaffa Weiss will present.
Good morning, members of the commission, esteemed guests. My name is Yaffa Weiss. I am here today to present, thank you, I should probably use this. I'm here today to present the Govens Elementary School Inspire Plan for formal adoption by the Planning Commission. Sorry, that shouldn't have taken out. I'm petitioning as a member of the Department of Planning on behalf of community organizations and other institutional stakeholders of the Govens Elementary Inspire planning area. This plan was assembled in conjunction with my colleagues, in addition to our many community partners, with my colleagues Eli Poussin and Marie McSweeney Anderson, who unfortunately could not be here today. INSPIRE stands for Investing in Neighborhoods and Schools to Promote Improvement, Revitalization, and Excellence. The Department of Planning uses this program to develop small area plans around the new 21st century school buildings throughout Baltimore City. The planning area covers about a half-mile radius around the building, or what it's been calculated as a 10-minute walk. And these plans are used to guide new public and private investment in each area. The working ethos of this program is that strong schools will make strong neighborhoods, and in turn, strong neighborhoods will make strong schools. The scope of each INSPIRE plan includes 3 key components. The first is identification and investment into primary walking routes. These are streetways that have been designated as essential routeways for students to connect them between their residences, the school, and other community assets. The second item is an area-specific action item plan. These recommendations are the largest part of the planning document and are going to be presented for adoption by the Planning Commission as the final INSPIRE plan. And the third and final item is an investment into one or more of the proposed action items as a community improvement project to jumpstart the INSPIRE planning process in the communities that we are working in. The Govens Inspire area is home to about 7,000 residents, and the community has mixed residential and commercial uses, particularly along the York Road corridor. Govens Elementary School is one of the newly renovated 21st century school buildings located at 5801 York Road in the Belvedere and Mid-Govens neighborhoods. I should say it's slightly off of York Road with an eastern-facing exposure, which I will present in a moment. The school is bounded by York Road to the west, Clear Spring Avenue to the east, a combination of Campbell Lane, Govain Avenue, and Benninghouse Road to the south, and an additional combination of Hallwyn Avenue and Courting Avenue to the north. Current student enrollment at Govins Elementary is approximately 345 students, ranging from pre-K to 5th grade. The original building was constructed in 1931 with 2 additions in 1951 and 1981, as well as the addition of 2 modular classrooms in 1999, one of which has since been demolished, and a second in 2004. After receiving a $37 million renovation through the 21st Century School Buildings Program, the school was open for active student enrollment in September of 2021. Some of the, I should actually return to the previous slide. Some of the major landmarks surrounding Govins Elementary School include the Senator Theater, Belvedere Market, Dewey's Park, and the Govins branch of the Enoch Pratt Library. The Inspire planning area primarily consists of the Mid-Govins and Belvedere neighborhood statistical areas, but also includes portions of Rosebank, Homeland, Woodburn McCabe, Chinquapin Park, and Evesham Park. The Govins Inspire planning area is included in 3 already adopted community plans. The York Road Community Strategic Neighborhood Action Plan, or SNAP, adopted in 2006. An Urban Land Institute Technical Assistance Panel report adopted in 2013, and the York Road Corridor Vision and Action Plan adopted in 2015. In the development of the recommendation report, the Department of Planning closely reviewed these existing planning documents as tools for prioritizing recommendations in the area. There are also several additional community plans that provided supplemental resources, including the Dewey's Park Community Master Plan, the Mid-Govins Safe Path to Schools Report, and the York Road Transportation Study of 2023. York Road Partnership and community leaders were deeply engaged in the advocacy process for the 21st Century School Program. Leaders and organizers had began preparing for new school construction since 2016. Initial community outreach for the Inspire program began in late 2018 by 2 of my predecessors in the department. Following a pause due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Department of Planning staff re-engaged the community in 2022 to follow up and solidify draft recommendations. At this point, there had already been investment in the curation of primary walking routes in the community. During the first year of I should note that during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic, outreach for Inspire slowed for many areas as program staff had worked to support city emergency relief services. But by mid-2022, as the school had opened and students returned, it was deemed prudent to re-engage the community in this process. The Inspire plan has 5 key goal categories. This plan focuses on investing in housing and market strengthening opportunities, creating opportunities for connectivity and access, enhancing opportunities for health and wellness, creating an environmentally sustainable neighborhood, and promoting opportunities for wealth building and community economic development. Across these 5 goal categories, the Inspire team and area stakeholders developed 14 strategies for cultivating opportunities for community and infrastructure development, as well as 22 corresponding action items that guide investment to accomplish these strategies. 2 key strategy areas I will be talking about today include the implementation of the Dewey's Master Plan, and exploring opportunities for entrepreneurial engagement along the York Road corridor. When Baltimore City, Dewey's Park, I should note, is located in the southeast portion of the Inspire area and is a major landmark and community gathering place for the Govins school community and surrounding neighborhoods. When Baltimore City proposed closing Dewey's Park Recreation Center in 2011, residents and community leaders from the York Road Partnership, Loyola University, and the Mid-Govans community rallied to keep the facility open. Since 2012, the Friends of Dewey's organization has been active in varying capacities for the promotion of capital improvements and additional programming at the Recreation Center. In the beginning, the Friends of Dewey's group was supported through capacity of a series of AmeriCorps members, but is now primarily supported through volunteer support. In 2014, alongside the Neighborhood Design Center, a conceptual master plan was curated for Dewey's Park, including a number of projects such as the installation of a new playground and tot lot, construction of a walking trail around the park, and installation of a community garden. While the future of Dewey's Parks remains uncertain, we are using the Inspire Plan as an opportunity to both highlight it as a community resource, a destination for especially for students, and an opportunity for further investment. In exploring the opportunity to establish a co-working space along York Road, several buildings were raised as a possibility of redevelopment in curation of this co-working space. Along York Road, there are several vacant or underutilized commercial and office buildings where a co-working space could be curated and implemented. Some buildings that could potentially be adapted include the Verizon building pictured here, as well as an automotive service building at 5602 York Road, next to the accelerator space and the Epiphany House housing block, and several commercially zoned storefronts along the 5700 block of Bologna Avenue, immediately to the west of York Road. The York Road, in engaging equity of impact, the York Road corridor has been designated as one of Baltimore's middle neighborhoods, wherein strategic investment into the infrastructure and opportunities for programming can both help attract new middle-income residents to reduce concentrations of poverty throughout the city of Baltimore, as well as curtail encroaching vulnerabilities that negatively impact residents and cultivate economically and prevent the cultivation of economic and socially stable communities. As detailed in the prior review of the planning development process, in regards to equity of engagement, community organizations and residents were meaningfully engaged in the planning process, formally beginning in 2018 and picking up speed over the last 2 years. While the York Road corridor has received planning attention in previous years, this is the first community plan being presented in regards to the area specifically in over eight years. Excuse me. And in regards to internal operations, the Department of Planning has been working with both the community and city and agency partners in both the creation of the plan as well as implementation of several aspects. The staff expects to continue to use this planning document as a guide to direct investment of city and private resources. Public notice was posted at both the school and the Govans branch of Enoch Pratt Library to highly trafficked areas. Prior to this action, there were a number of groups notified about the publication of the plan, as well as to provide input and recommendations for updates, improvements, and edits. Partners included the York Road Partnership, Loyola University's York Road Initiative, the Mid-Govans Community Association, and the new York Corridor Bid Authority. Excuse me. Letters of support were also received from the 4th District Council Office, Govans Elementary School, Mid-Govans Community Association, Loyola University, as well as the York Road Partnership. I would like to present this plan as with the recommendation for approval and adoption by the Planning Commission. And before I conclude, I would also like to provide a special thank you to Sandy McFadden, Govans Elementary School's Community School Coordinator, who is joining us today and who is enthusiastically dedicated to the success of this plan. Her work truly helped make this plan happen. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Java. Questions for Ms. Weiss? Councilman Costello?
No, sir.
Commissioner Jolin? Commissioner Horn?
Just looking forward to hear what Sandy McFadden has to say.
Commissioner Collins?
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Allen?
Was unclear about Dewey's Park. First, I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just curious about Dewey's Park. How much of the 2014 master plan has actually been realized so far? I'm not clear.
Only a marginal amount of the plan has been put into action. I don't have a specific percentage to give to that, but there are several ongoing initiatives that the Inspire plan would help kickstart in conjunction with the master plan.
Okay, I'm just excited that Inspire is able to contribute to this. So it's an interesting plan overall, and then this in particular has captured my attention. Thanks.
Vice Chair Stevenson?
Thank you. Great presentation. The Inspire plans are a wonderful thing on top of the 21st century schools. I really like that you mentioned the existing plans and the extent to which, this plan, because it does have funding behind it, and a lot of those other plans do not, are able to build on that and implement some of those things like Commissioner Allen asked about. My question is, can you tell us a little bit more, in your view, how the strategies in Section 5, the wealth building and economic development, things like the co-working space that you mentioned, things that aren't specifically geared towards the youth, how that fits into the Inspire strategy?
Sure. So one of the assets of the community is a high rate of homeownership and I would, for want of a better term, rooted residency. People who are making Govans a place where they live and send their children to school. Providing opportunities for not only working adults, but a category which we've, in the plan that we've identified as opportunity youth, young people who are out of the school system, maybe are not enrolled in higher education or working or finding other work, but who can matriculate into entrepreneurship immediately following the completion of their secondary school education. Being able to create opportunities for those residents is what we deem prudent.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCoach?
I have no question.
So thank you very much for your presentation. It's a great follow-on to, I think, our presentation back in the summer on the briefing that you gave us. I think it's a great plan. I think it's very achievable. A couple of things that I would throw out to you is, have we started talking, started talking with BCRP regarding the improvements to Dewey's Park as part of their capital improvement program?
We have not had a specific conversation.
I would suggest that following the adoption of this, that you go back to BCRP and say, hey, we just adopted this great plan. It calls for implementation of improvements to Dewey's Park, which is an integral part of this. Let's see where those shake out in your CIP program for the coming years so that the residents can understand the value of these Inspire plans. The second thing is that, as part of the CIP, funding as part of the mayoral, I believe it's the mayoral budget or bucket, the Department of Planning has a couple $100,000, which we typically give for these types of improvements. It'd be good to see, again, where this shakes out as part of that. So it's all about funding some of these improvements now that you've gotten everybody engaged and whatnot. So
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on this agenda item? This is trouble. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I'm going to be totally off script for just a moment because there are some of the questions that you just posed to Yafa that I think I might be able to answer. My name is Sandy McFadden. Oh, I'm getting there.
Good.
My name is Sandy McFadden, and I am a resident for 29 years of the McGovans community. And before I kind of make my comments about the Inspire plan, I do want to indicate that the enrollment figures for Govens Elementary School, I think, were noted at 325 or something of that nature. We are now up to 407 students registered. I also want to say that we do have an incredible partnership with the Baltimore Rec and Parks. And we've been meeting monthly with them. I don't know if you are aware or not, but the Friends of Govens has been awarded a $700,000 CIP award over these past two, I think 3 years or so. We are in partnership to begin the installation of a brand-new tot lot, which should be done by the end of the summer. We are also in conversations with them and their consultants to install a memorial garden, which is in honor of Kenneth Harris, former City Councilman Kenneth Harris. And we are also, Dewey's is a 14-acre park, and we are doing a walking trail all the way around the park that's planned also. So there are wonderful conversations going on with Rec and Parks. And quite frankly, we would love to be in their CIP budget for this year if we could, because the recreation center is really standing in need of improvements. So I just wanted to mention those three things before I actually started some of my comments. I wear several hats in the community, but of particular importance, I think, and connected to the Inspire plan is my long-time role as vice president of the Community Association. Seems like they never vote for anybody else. So, and for the past 8 years, I have been the community school coordinator for the 21st Century New School at Govens Elementary School. And I'm really delighted to have a chance to add my voice to the chorus of many who stand in support of the Inspire program. And this has been a work in progress for the last 5 years. So I wanted to just take a moment to thank the Department of Planning. In particular, I wanted to thank the amazing work that Marie Anderson has done as she's Northern District Planner, and her teammate Yafa, who you've just heard. Marie has been an invaluable presence to the Inspire planning process. And I feel that she's brought a lot of integrity and caring and wisdom and providing a platform for community residents to really have a voice. She and Yafa have been able to finally bring closure after 5 years to this program, to the plan. And they bring a high degree of professionalism to our community through this Inspire plan as well. The 5-year process was as inclusive, I think, as any could possibly be, with attention to detail, data collection, demographic information, as you'll see in the plan, information, goals, strategies, and actions that'll be helpful in helping us advocate for funds in the future. There has been a strong involvement of community partners, teachers, numerous meetings after numerous meetings from the beginning of the process when we started the planning, for the feasibility studies, the design studies. I think I've been to every single meeting, and I think I would not be exaggerating if I said there was nearly 100 of them. So it's been quite a journey. We think that we really feel that we were heard by this process, and we feel that we were really supported in our advocacy efforts. In the 500 block of Tunbridge Road, small developers have renovated 8 out of 9 vacant properties. That has been a part of the work that we've been doing with the Inspire process. We've been working through planning. We've been working with DHCD and other city agencies. We meet, I think, quarterly with Alice, our commissioner, and we're just very confident that the Inspire plan will really guide our steps as a community in the short term, and we will continue, and we believe they will continue to help us build a thriving and economically strong and viable community in the long term. And I'm about ready to end, but before I close, I really wanted to acknowledge my son, Commissioner Talib Horn, in full transparency, who is I just want to say that I think that Talib is a fierce leader, and he is an amazing public servant. You shouldn't get a mother talking about her child.
And we know where he gets it from.
He got it honest. I just want to thank you for your consideration and hopefully your vote to adopt the Govan School Inspire plan to become a part of public record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't walk away yet.
Okay.
So first and foremost, thank you for your long-term commitment to the neighborhood,
Absolutely.
to the community, to the city. Obviously, the reason why you are continuously voted in is because you're doing great work. So with that, I'll turn it over to the commission, starting with your son, Commissioner Warren. And no questions about what's for dinner on that.
No questions. Just a comment, just to say, I love you. When you talk about it, Inspire plan, you inspire me. But just want to talk about this plan. I think as a commission, we talk about how schools can sort of be the center of change in the community. I think this is an excellent example of a school that has really, because of it, engaged a lot of other partners. So just want to congratulate you and the community on a job well done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jolin.
Thank you, no questions.
Councilman Costello.
I was going to ask if you had any embarrassing stories about our friend and colleague, but I'm going to hold off on that. I just want to thank you for your leadership in the community. I know it's very hard work, and oftentimes it's not appreciated, but I think everyone here really appreciates what you do every single day for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCoach.
A couple of comments. First of all, if you've ever been in position to drive your friends and visitors around Baltimore, and you come across a 21st century school, I don't know about you, but I actually am really proud of what's happening in our neighborhoods around these schools. It's a brilliant program. And it focuses so much energy on neighborhoods. It's fantastic. And anybody, and I'm count myself as a neighbor, who lives on the York Road corridor, who's ever had a chance to look at any of the census maps or demographics, understands how different both the east and the west sides of York Road are.
Absolutely, yes. Good point.
And I think that the things like not just the 21st century school, but recent investment in York Road, Belvedere Square, new retail opportunities. And in fact, I work on some of the storefront redevelopment programs, and also the newly approved bid for York Road, together start to reduce that sense of, distinction between right and left sides, or east and west sides, and bring everyone together. And I think that's the key role of this plan, is actually to start to break down boundaries and create amenities that serve everyone within that 10-minute radius, and frankly, up and down York Road. So I don't have any questions about it. I'm thrilled to see that you can use this plan to leverage funds for improvements and say, please, keep going and let's get together for coffee.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Vice Chair Stevenson.
No questions, and forgive my pun, but you and your community and your progress is an inspiration to other neighborhoods. So thank you.
Commissioner Allen.
I just want to echo what Commissioner Horn said. First, thank you so much for your commitment, your longtime commitment. I'm sure you don't get nearly the recognition and accolades that you deserve, but at least we can give a little bit of it here. Once upon a time, schools were among the center of communities, and they did impact like the surroundings of their surroundings, rather. And I'm encouraged to see this example, as Commissioner Horn said, this modern-day example, and it's echoed throughout the city at the other Inspire sites. So thank you for bringing more attention to this.
Commissioner Collins.
Thank you. I do, as a former member and resident of the Penn Lucie community, we always looked at Govans as being our close neighbors. We shared a lot of issues and problems, and we had mutual concerns up and down the York Road corridor. So looking back on that time and seeing what has been done to date is so impressive. I was just in a hearing with the City Council about middle neighborhoods and how you support and revitalize them, and I think the formula is what you have done right here in Govans. And so you're to be commended. Very exciting that those vacants got renovated and back into productive use. That's critical. So as hard as community leadership is how long it takes, this is a real glowing example of what can be done if you stay focused and you're inclusive. The progress will come. Thank you so much.
So the success of any plan that the city develops is based on having champions in the neighborhood that are going to pursue its implementation. Oftentimes we create a lot of great plans with a lot of thought, but they get lost and put on a shelf and never really implemented because we don't have somebody in the neighborhood who's going to champion the cause. And clearly you are that champion, and that's great because I think it will be implemented. You see it in other plans that we have adopted over the course of the 7 years that I've been on the commission. It's people who, like you, who are pushing this every single day to make it happen is where it happens. So your work is not done, not in the community, and unfortunately not with your son either. So I thank you very, very much. I had to throw that in there. Come on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this agenda item? Yes, come on up.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jeff Dayton. I'm a 35-year resident of Homeland. I attended a public hearing, I guess back in January, discussing this project, and I raised a concern at that point in time about closing Lortz Lane. It's a one-way road today. The signs have been removed, but I don't think that's changed what it's supposed to be. And my concern is about the safety of these children, that they're talking about having used that as an access to go utilize Govans Library. I don't have any concerns with that. I think Yafa and Marie and others, Ms. McFadden, are all centered on the right concept. But my personal belief is that the access that they're considering to Govans Library is the wrong path. And when I went through the materials as best I could, I didn't see anything that indicated they were changing that concept. And I am hopeful that before they finalize this plan, that somebody will really focus more on Lortz Lane closure to traffic, or allowing it. It has to remain there because there's a BG&E facility there. So some portion of it has to remain there. There's also parking for the Heritage Smoke Shop, which is great, or smoke house. I don't have any problems with that, but that becomes two-way traffic at that point in time. Granted, it's not open till later in the day, but once you get kids using that alley at some point in time, It's 12 feet wide. I measured it yesterday. The blacktop is 12 feet, and then there's gutters on the side that maybe you could get 15 feet pushing it. Putting one car in there with a walking space and kids could be problematic. I think that the path, I walked it, it's 45 more steps. In this day and age, we want to get exercising kids. They don't get enough time in the gym or whatever. To have 45 more steps to go down south on York Road toward Lyman Avenue, come across Lyman, has a sidewalk, and then up to the Govins Library is a much simpler path. So I hope you guys will consider that. Marie told me that the plans for utilizing Lortz Lane were no longer being considered as a walking route, but when I read the other things, I didn't see that that was in there. Maybe it's a long-term concept that they have. I have no problems if they want to paint the street or do all those types of things, but I think leaving it open to access, she indicated they would do a traffic study, and the traffic study, when it was relayed back to me, was somebody sat out there one afternoon for half an hour or so, but my work in government before, when you do traffic studies, you have counters out there and you leave them there for some period of time. I don't think anything of that nature was ever done to get indications of that. So I hope the council will take into consideration those safety factors, because I don't think there's anything more important, and it's expressed here with Ms. McFadden, than our young kids. And to have a terrible accident occur on that little space for an extra 40 steps doesn't make any sense.
Thank you very much. Don't leave yet. So I want to make sure that you understand, this is the final adoption.
Right.
This is the adoption of the final plan. It doesn't mean it's the implementation. There are going to be things that come out of this that are going to be implemented bit by bit. And I think your comments are duly noted. I'm going to ask Jaffa to come back up in a second. But before you leave, I wanted to give the commission an opportunity to ask any further questions. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. Jaffa, can you opine as to what is the latest plan there?
As it currently stands, there is some investment and intention to transform Lortz Lane into a pedestrian route. It is the most direct route to connect the school to the library. It is deemed based upon traffic, the flow of traffic, and the proclivity for automobile crashes, and the potential for pedestrian safety to be deemed the safest route to connect the school, to immediately connect the school to the library. This was from the outreach and data collection work we did, this was deemed a community priority.
Okay. I would caution you, I agree that although I'm sure study has been done, I think before you finalize that implementation, just make sure that you've evaluated all the things that the speaker has raised. And again, if it's about 45 steps and it's a safety issue, I'm going to go on the side of safety.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Any discussion amongst the commission? If not, do I have a motion, Mr. Horn?
I make a motion that we approve the Govins Elementary School Inspire Plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Multiple seconds, all right. Vice Chair Stevenson and the coach. Mr. Secretary, call roll, please.
Robin Allen.
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approved.
The Honorable Eric Costello.
Approved.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Douglas McCoach.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
And Sean Davis.
Approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 23-0437, a zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling unit to 3 dwelling units in the R8 zoning district at 1600 South Charles Street in the 11th Councilmatic District. Martin French will present.
Mr. Fr-
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. You just heard a comment about bringing vacant properties back to productive use, and this is going to be one of those examples. The request here is to allow the conversion of a single-family dwelling at 1600 South Charles Street to a multifamily dwelling, specifically 3 dwelling units. The sponsor is Councilmember Costello at the request of Leon Beatty Jr., who is the owner of the property. This is in the South Planning District. Jasmine Kimball is the community planner. This is the plat map for the property in question. It is the little red thing right, get this thing to work, right there. As you can see, it's a street corner property, southwest corner of Charles and Randall. And it is also a property that is completely occupied by the building that is on it. This is a view of the property looking towards the west, the front of the property on South Charles Street. And this is a view of the property looking down from the north, the Randall Street side of the property. It's very difficult to see, but if you look closely at the corner of that property where Randall and Charles meet, you will see it's actually a former storefront building, and therefore a residential mixed-use building. The history of this building was that, in fact, it was a multifamily dwelling containing 2 dwelling units above the storefront. And at some point during the mid-20-teens, a different owner bought this property and decided to attempt to convert it into a single-family dwelling. Made some very unfortunate choices in terms of what happened to the building itself. And the result was a building that was essentially uninhabitable, although it wasn't formally condemned. And Mr. Beatty has now taken on the task of basically bringing this building back to life. This property being located in the R8 zoning district, because the previous owner did take out that permit to make it a single-family dwelling, it is now necessary to have an ordinance to authorize reconversion, essentially, of this building to a multifamily building. And the 3 dwelling units, basically, when you look at it, the 3rd dwelling unit is the conversion of the former store area into an additional dwelling unit. Now, the bill did not contain any specific variances. However, dealing with the conditional use question first, planning staff have reviewed the criteria for approval of a conditional use and have determined that the establishment and maintenance and operation of this property as a 3 dwelling unit multifamily building would not be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or welfare. It's not precluded by any other law. It would be compatible with the public interest and would be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning code. These are additional conditional use required considerations. Planning staff have reviewed this proposal in relation to each of these criteria and have determined that it would satisfy each of these criteria. This is detailed in the staff report you have. The bill did not contain any variances, and there are a number of variances that are needed to be added to this bill in order to make the conversion approvable. The first one is a lot area variance, because when the building was used for 2 dwelling units, it would have required a lot area variance at that time. However, that was established as multifamily dwelling prior to the current 1971 rules about lot area being part of what's approved for use of land. Therefore, a lot area variance in the amount of 595 square feet, or 32%, needs to be added to this bill. The property is only 16 feet wide. From Randall Street, there is a small garage-type structure built into this building at the back. However, because it's only 16 feet deep, it does not meet the zoning code standard for 18 feet deep parking space. And therefore, planning staff recognize that there may be small vehicles that could be parked in that garage. However, for the purposes of zoning code, there needs to be a 2-car variance for the parking. The building also, as I mentioned, covers the entire lot, and therefore there need to be other variances approved. The zoning board has basically pioneered the use of what's called a confirmation of nonconforming structure, and the staff is recommending use of this same idea, that the building is what it is. It's an as-built condition. It's a nonconforming structure as it was last used. It is going to be a nonconforming structure in the future, and therefore the bill should confirm continuing nonconforming structure status of it. And finally, for the residential conversion itself, there is a floor area requirement and each of the apartments that would be created would fall under the required minimum amount of floor area, and therefore floor area variance needs to be added to the bill. In the opinion of planning staff, these variance amendments are friendly amendments which would make the bill approvable as consistent with the zoning code requirements. In terms of equity considerations, this property is in a strong real estate market portion of Baltimore City. However, it is a vacant building, and it has been vacant for many years. Again, as a series of unfortunate happenings have left it that way for too long, quite frankly. And it would be important to bring back housing opportunities, additional housing opportunities in this area. The community itself is supportive of this bill, and the owner worked with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association to obtain their support for introduction of the bill in the first place. The staff have notified the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association of this action today, and as of this morning, we had not received any specific response from the agency for or against the bill, but we are assuming that they will be supportive of the bill. And I would also conclude by saying the property was properly posted in requirements with the Planning Commission standards. And with that, I will pause and ask for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. French. Starting off with Commissioner Coach.
No questions.
Chair Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. French. I have a few questions, and they go in a few different directions, so please humor me.
Right.
The previous conversion to single-family, you said was unsuccessful. Did they ever pull a use permit for single-family? I'm assuming not.
The person requested a use permit for single family, and then apparently proceeded to have some work done without permits.
Sure. My question is, why does that, if they never successfully completed the project, never got a final inspection and a use and occupancy certificate, why is that attempted use memorialized? On the flip side, if someone were to be approved for a conditional use, pull a permit, but not successfully implement it, never get a use and occupancy, that conditional use would expire.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious why this is even necessary.
Well, I guess it's necessary because the zoning administration office determined it was necessary. I'll leave it at that.
Fair enough. Okay, next question. I had a question about the parking. You answered it with the 16 versus 18 feet issue. I don't personally believe that parking requirements should be an impediment to development. However, I know that parking is a very high concern in this particular neighborhood. So I'm interested in maybe your perspective on that. And just lastly, the gross floor area variances.
Mm-hmm.
These are huge variances, not small variances in terms of the square footage required for these units, which makes these units pretty small. And I'm also concerned that the third unit, they're including 2 stories of stairwell space in that gross floor area calculation, which I'm not sure is appropriate. I know that stairwells are a gray area, but practically speaking, I think that this really should be asking for 3 variances, and we should be considering if this building fits 3 2-bedroom units, or if it should be 3 1-bedrooms or 2 2-bedrooms, or whatever the case. So I guess, can you comment on the gross floor area piece?
Yeah. The floor plans that were submitted to this department in support of this bill showed 2 of the units at 816 square feet and 869 square feet. The requirement for a 2-bedroom is 1,000 square feet of floor area. Therefore, we didn't consider this a gross variance. Quite frankly, it's under what was at one time kind of a working threshold of 25% variance. The ground floor unit has the benefit of picking up the basement as living space. And therefore, they don't need a variance for that ground floor unit, that third unit is being created by conversion. So the other factor here is this building is an end-of-the-row building or a corner building. It's got a lot of windows on Randall Street. So there is the opportunity to have 2 bedrooms instead of just 1, because there is window area available to support use of the floor area as 2 bedrooms. And that is what the owner is proposing to do.
Okay. Councilman, could you comment on the parking issue?
Yes. This is probably the 5th or 6th set of companion bills of this nature that I've introduced over the past 9 years. What we have done in the past, similar to this, is when a private property owner is seeking to increase the number of dwelling units in a residential permit parking area, this happens to be in Area 30, which has a severe shortage of available on-street spaces in comparison to the number of decals and visitor permits that have been issued. Parking is always a concern, especially in RPP areas. Under the current law, in Article 31, Section 10, this is the one piece of city code that I can cite from heart. Each dwelling unit is permitted up to 4 decals. And depending on the RPP area, there are either 0, 1, or 2 visitor passes that are permitted. Most areas, like Area 30, are 1. In some areas, such as Area 8 in Otterbein, it is 2. And in some areas, such as Area 28, Mount Vernon, it is 0, based on parking availability. So under the current situation with 1 dwelling unit, that property would be eligible for up to 4 decals and up to 1 visitor pass. With 3 dwelling units, they would be eligible for 12 decals and 3 visitor permits, and obviously that's of grave concern to the community. So usually what we do in these instances is I step in to negotiate an agreement. I know we have representation from the property owner here who has agreed to limit the total number of decals and visitor permits that are available to the property. And then I introduce a companion bill which modifies the parking management plan, which is required under Article 31, Section 10, which includes special conditions that may exist within that RPP area. So this address, once that bill passes, will be flagged. So based on the restrictions that we've negotiated between the property owner and the community, if you, let's say you decide, one of us decides to rent an apartment at 1600 South Charles Street, when we go in to purchase decals, there will be a flag in the system and there will be a limitation. So that companion bill is usually the impetus behind the community's support in these situations for this type of action.
Understood. Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Allen?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Commissioner Joel?
No questions.
Anything for you, Councilman?
Want to thank Mr. French and Planning Department for an excellent report. I regret, because of the current law, that I have to introduce these along with the companion bills to make these work. The South Baltimore Neighborhood Association does in fact remain in support of this proposal, and therefore I do and would respectfully ask for my colleagues' favorable consideration of this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hello, my name is Chase Hoffberger. I'm here with the property owner, Leon Beatty. So we can answer any other questions you might have for us. Just one note, well, I'll say 2 things. One is concerning the parking variance in that matter. The property is already equipped with a 2-car garage. Mr. Beatty's plans will include the addition of 1 additional garage spot. So there will be 3 garage spots, 1 for each unit. So that's kind of how this can work with Councilman Costello's new bill as well. Some background on the work that the previous property owner did. The previous property owner came in and dug out the basement and the foundation of the property, creating a dire situation with one of the walls. So the first time I saw this property, I think that it was extremely close. The wall was very close to falling down, and so while that has been fixed and a structural engineer has certified that everything is sound right now, Mr. Beatty was dealing with some significant pressing issues at a significant cost. So.
Great. Are there any questions for either speaker?
Well, no questions, just a comment. I would really appreciate if you guys were to approve this so we can get on, because at the end of the day, I want to make sure that I deliver a nice, beautiful building that I can live in and that I can provide for the community. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
You bet. Any questions from the commission for either speaker? Great. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Any discussion amongst the commission?
I would make
If
two
not-
comments, two short comments. The first is, as an architect who's lived in Brooklyn, I think these are pretty nice units. You know, bedrooms, which are 9 by 16, is a very nice size for a bedroom. The size of the living space, 1.5 bathrooms. It's a good program. And then in a city with a shortage of affordable housing, I think that, you know, these variances are really important to actually help us address that supply issue. Because we have tons of properties who don't quite meet the threshold of our code. And then lastly, 3 parking aprons along the street is equivalent of 30 feet, which is about 1.5 spaces of street parking that are lost. But I think it's a net gain, and as a result, it would reduce some parking pressure in the neighborhood. That's my nutshell assumption, or sort of assessment.
Does that result in a motion?
It will after this comment.
Okay.
And I agree with you, Commissioner. You know, in another city, these size units are totally normal. As we discussed in the last meeting, if we really feel that the gross area requirements are out of date or inappropriate, we should look to change the requirements instead of constantly hearing these variances. And you know, I also agree with you on the parking. They're going to offer a 3-car garage. This is another sort of loophole because it's 16 feet versus 18 feet, as long as they don't rent to anyone with a Suburban.
I drive a Miata, so it works for me.
So, you know, another thing that we should keep in mind, you know, in terms of the requirements and what that variance needs to be. But I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on real quickly. Mr. French, did you want to add something?
Just wish to add a comment, and that is to add a third space to the garage may require increasing the curb cut, which would remove an on-street parking space possibly, and we are not going to approve any addition of parking that simply takes a public parking space on the street and turns it into a private parking space on someone's property. So from the point of view of the legislative action here, it's a 2 parking space variance.
Duly noted. Based on that, is there any further discussion amongst the commission?
Mr.
not-
Chair,
yes.
can I have 1 second? Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. For Mr. French, the community association is aware of the impact that the expansion of the curb cut would have on the parking situation and is supportive of that because of the conditions that exist in the companion ordinance. Does that change planning's position?
So it's a matter of the curb cut policy. Two factors that would normally stop a curb cut application from being expanded. Number one, it's a non-conforming garage. It can't possibly meet the legal size. And number two, it's a one-for-one trade. So until I get additional staff, I'm still the ones reviewing those permits on behalf of our department. And then if those are disapproved, there's an avenue of appeal to go to site plan review, which I happen to coincidentally also chair. It's not a design, I know, I'm washing dishes too. But it's not a design issue, it's just a physical space issue. So this would be a waiver from Director of DOT. So is it possible? Yes, some conversation would need to be had because that's what the process demands.
But it doesn't, under any circumstance, it doesn't change the action that's before us. If the waiver is granted for 2 parking spaces and they only actually end up needing 1, it doesn't change what we're being asked to recommend on, correct?
Right.
If in the future, they go for an additional curb cut and they don't get it, it's,
They're covered.
It's covered. So this is boots or straps and suspenders, whatever the hell that saying is. So I don't think it changes our decision at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Tizo. I look forward to working with you in all of those capacities, and also for my colleague. My little sister lives in Brooklyn, so dwelling units 1/3 the size of this would be seen as very suitable. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if appropriate, I'd like to second our Vice Chairman's motion.
I just want to make sure that the motion includes the findings of the facts and the 4 amendments that were included in the staff report.
Indeed, it does.
Thank you very much. We have a motion which is seconded, motion by Vice Chair Stevenson, seconded by Councilman Costello. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen.
Approved.
Marcia Collins.
Approved.
Eric Costello.
Approved.
Talib Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approved.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approved.
Sean Davis.
Approve. Thank you very much, Mr. French. Next.
Next item on the agenda, City Council Bill Number 23-0430, rezoning for 2529 Georgetown Road in the 10th Councilmatic District. Martin French will present.
Real quickly, before we begin, Mr. French, this is a continuation of the prior hearing that was held back in, I believe, is October 12th. Is that correct? And so the public posting that happened for that meeting continues to this meeting? Thank you very much. With that,
Okay, you heard this presentation before, so I'm going to simply summarize some of the things that were said a couple months ago. As you can see, the purpose of this bill is to change the zoning of this property from the R6 district to the I1 district. This bill was put in by Councilmember Porter at the request of Tri-City Property LLC, which is the owner of the property. Southwest Planning District, Kyle Leggs is the community planner. This is the plat map for the property in question. As you can see, it is kind of wedged in between some rail lines to the east and the Interstate Highway I-95 to the northwest. And it is in an area that is predominantly, at the present time, non-residential in use. However, there are some residential properties, including some adjoining properties that are currently in active residential use. And this is basically the essence of what was presented at the last meeting, and that is this property was previously zoned for non-residential use in 1971, even though residential use of the property continued. And when the 2017 Transformed Zoning Code was made effective, this property was rezoned to R6, even though its use at that time was not technically residential. And here's a kind of a close-up on the current situation. And you can see it's like an island of R6 surrounded by industrial. The gray is the I1 and the purple is the I2, which is the heavy industrial. And of course, the predominant part of the I2 is in fact railroad yard. This is the view of the property itself. Again, you can see it's wedged in between I-95, some other non-residential uses to its southwest, and of course the substantial rail property to the east of it. different view of it. There's currently a non-residential building on the property. It's a small industrial, commercial building. And basically, the reason for the bill in part is that building, because of the property being zoned R6 currently, residential, is a non-conforming structure. And the zoning code does not allow expansion of non-conforming structures. The current owner would like to remove that structure and replace it with a much larger building that would still meet the requirements of the zoning code. Another view of the property, and another view. Basically, planning staff analyzed this and made a determination that this was probably a mistake. The original zoning of residential properties to non-residential back in 1971 was a mistake, but rezoning this particular property, which did not have residential use, to residential in 2017 was a new mistake. And essentially, the bill would correct the 2017 mistake, and by limiting the change to this property, would not rezone the actively used residential properties to non-residential. And staff have reviewed the rezoning criteria and have determined that this bill would be acceptable under requirements of the zoning code. And these are the standards that we considered. The existing uses of property. Now, the one thing that did come up in the previous hearing by this commission was that, yes, the adjoining property on one side is in fact in active residential use, including a couple others next to that. So there's a little pocket there of active residential use that's currently zoned R6, which legitimately should remain R6, which is why this is not a larger area that's being proposed for rezoning. In terms of equity, these are the findings that the staff believe the commission could make. And we realize that this is, in one sense, a difficult situation for the people who are still remaining in that little pocket of residential area. They were at one time part of a larger residential community, which was cut off when I-95 was built, quite frankly. So, planning staff recommended that the commission find that there was a mistake made when the residential R6 zoning was applied to this particular property, and that there would be no long-term substantial change in the character of the neighborhood, either its residential or its commercial parts, that has occurred since adoption of the current R6 zoning that would require the zoning to stay the way it is. Proposed corrective zoning, rezoning, would not change the balance of residential and non-residential uses in the greater Morrill Park community. And therefore, the planning staff recommended approval. At the previous hearing, the residents of the property adjoining this property spoke concerning a property dispute over ownership of part of the land that is currently vacant. The rezoning bill has basically, if we go back to the original plat, I'm going to have to go backward, excuse me a moment. There is a kind of an L shape to the rezoning. I'm trying to find out where the pointer's ending. Right here. And there's an area behind the adjoining residence that is currently vacant and is not proposed for being used for building by the owner of the property, which that owner is willing to convey to the resident in the adjoining property. And the commission left this with the hope that in the span of a couple of months, there would be an understanding reached between that adjoining residential property and the owner of this property being proposed for rezoning. It would result in a transfer of part of this property to the adjoining property, and therefore the red outline that's shown on the plat map would be modified slightly to delete the industrial zoning proposed from the strip of land that would be conveyed to the residential property owner. So that was basically where it was left. The motion that was made was to recommend approval of the staff report. However, that motion was tabled by the commission to allow time for the parties to try to reach an understanding. As of this moment, I have not been informed that they have reached an understanding, although there have been offers made by the owner of the property that is seeking to be rezoned to convey land to the adjoining property owner. And that is all I can report. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I think you're going to need to ask the petitioner more details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. French. Are there questions for Mr. French? Councilman Costello?
Nope.
Commissioner Jolene? Commissioner Horn?
No questions.
Commissioner Collins?
No questions.
Commissioner Allen? Vice Chair Stevens?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. French, for the summary. I'll just say, for your benefit, Mr. Chair, we heard this issue previously, and we tabled it primarily to allow space for the property dispute to be resolved, although that wasn't the issue before us. We wanted to let those parties work that out. So I hope that we can hear from both parties as to why it seems like that hasn't been worked out, but, you know, the zoning on this is.
Commissioner McCoach? So a couple of questions for you, Mr. French. The property that is seeking to be rezoned, was it in residential use at the time of the last comprehensive rezoning?
That is one question I cannot directly answer. The adjoining owners have indicated that it's their belief that the building that was put up there may have been put up without a permit. I do not have access to the permit records to indicate whether that building was legitimately permitted, unfortunately. However, it appears that the building was there before the 2017 rezoning took effect. So it was an existing non-residential use of 2529 Georgetown Road at the time that Transform and the rezoning map that's current took effect.
And under the site plan review committee's purview and the landscape manual that applicants have to abide by, should the property be developed in accordance with the I-1 zoning standards for any use, it has to meet setback requirements, landscape requirements. You know, I recognize and appreciate there is this small cluster of residences there being surrounded by an industrial area, but bless you. But there are precautions and procedures in our existing rules and regulations that say if something's developed there and it's adjacent to a residence, there's this type of screening that needs to take place and so on and so forth to minimize and mitigate the potential impacts to those residences, correct?
Yes. Specifically, this property contains about a half an acre, so any new building is going to cross the 5,000 square foot disturbance threshold. So yes, there will have to be stormwater management mitigation. There will have to be landscaping. The building itself will be reviewed for compliance with the design manual.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I open it up to the public for any public discussion. If anybody would like to speak on this, please come up.
Would you like the property owner representation of the property owner?
It's up to you. If you'd like to go first or if you'd like to wait to hear any other public comment, it's up to you.
I'll go first. Again, my name is Chase Hoffberger, representing Kevin Huang and Tri-City Properties. So where this was last left was a request for us to speak with Daniel Moran and his mother. Daniel's the property owner at 1505 Parksley, and to work out some type of agreement or transaction, frankly, about this parcel, this sliver of the property of 2529 Georgetown that Mr. Moran believes to be his, either through deed or through adverse possession. Yeah, specifics for sake right now are not necessarily important. When that hearing concluded, we met outside and we talked and didn't get very far, but one thing that we did get across was that we would be completely amenable to just deeding that sliver over in exchange for support or in exchange for standing down and not creating an issue over this. That sliver that runs behind their property is not necessary to our client's project. And so therefore, it's not necessary to the rezoning. That meeting out in the lobby did not bring a resolution. And so we set out to set up a meeting, either through our own efforts or through the efforts of the Morrill Park Neighborhood Association led by Ms. Santee here, to try to broker some agreement here. So on our end, what we did, and we sent sort of a memo yesterday to you all kind of outlining this, but we made a number of phone calls to the Moran residents. We had their number. We understand that they screen their phone calls, don't pick up the phone, so we left voicemails, and we never heard anything back. We were planning on this being heard at the November 30th hearing until a few very pressing matters came up for the November 30th hearing that I think kicked it back. But with anticipation of that, on November 8th, we sent a certified letter laying out all the terms that we would offer. Again, either for their support or their kind of disregard of opposition. That included the deeding of this land, included their involvement in the design process. It included kind of their consultation on a memorandum of understanding for terms. We think that a lot of the terms in the MOU, which we plan to adhere to anyway, are pretty good considering their concerns. For example, we're going to limit truck use to Georgetown Road and not bring it onto Parksley, so it won't actually impact their property, things like that. We're not going to try to build anything taller than we're allowed to by right within the I-1 zone. So that letter was received by them, but there was no response. And we continued to call them and leave voicemails when we got updates about what was going on with this hearing. So we tried. When we got scheduled for this hearing, we called them and told them that it was going on and things like that. In terms of our engagement with the neighborhood, we spoke a number of times with Ms. Santee, a number of conversations. She seemed sympathetic to our issue, and we are sympathetic to hers, which is that she represents the neighborhood. She has to listen. What we tried to do with the neighborhood was to get the board to sort of submit a letter of acknowledgement of our efforts. To convey to you all how that we've tried pretty hard here to engage in good faith with these neighbors. And that didn't happen, but the last kind of substantive communication I had with Ms. Santee on November 22nd, she sent an email to me saying that there was recently a community association meeting. The Morans were there, and she, at that meeting, recommended or urged them to get in touch with us so we could engage. So we're doing all we can here. I spoke with Mr. Moran in the lobby before this hearing. I won't put any words in his mouth about what he requested, but what I said to him was, he doesn't have to necessarily approve of this or support this in order for us to continue to try to engage in good faith with him. Even if he wants to come up here and oppose this right now, we would still be willing to convey this deed or this parcel over. We'd still engage with him on the design and the memorandum of understanding. All these terms, none of them are deal breakers for us. We just want to rezone the property.
Nope, don't step away. Okay. Any questions or comments for the speaker? Real quickly, you recognize that this commission, first off, there needs to be a positive or negative vote from 6 of us. This is a rezoning. So 6 of us have to vote the same way to move this back to the city council. The city council is the final arbiter and decision maker in this process.
Yes.
Secondly, we cannot condition a rezoning request. I believe it's against Maryland law called contract zoning. So when we approve the rezoning or we disapprove the rezoning, if we recommend approval or recommend disapproval of the rezoning, it has to be straight on its face. I appreciate and respect the fact that the property owner is still interested in continuing to work with the neighbor on the conveyance of the land and design guidelines and everything. We can't make that a part of any decision that we make if we do so. So that's a kind of a good faith effort from you. I'm
putting it out to the public.
Okay.
They can hold us accountable.
Yeah. So we all recognize that this is a public hearing and all that kind of stuff. You have to go before site plan review, so you'd be back to the planning department for all those subsequent approvals. It's just really important to recognize we can't condition it and say yay or nay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Moran?
Yes, Daniel Moran. As Mr. Hoffberger stated, we had a discussion in the hall, and he basically said what I had said. I'm still willing to work with them as I want to be good neighbors and cordial, but I still have to oppose it on the grounds of health and safety in the area. Is the activity I'm opposed to, the fact that they're cutting down the green spaces, and in a time when we have an initiative to plant more trees in our neighborhood, they cut a lot of them down, some planted by the government to protect us when they built I-95, and they cut some of them down even after I told them why they were there. Now, a lot of, as I don't want to dwell on this too long, but as I stated in the last hearing, a lot of that industrial use you see there, especially where there's green space removed and it looks like active construction work going on, that's all non-conforming. They came in with no hearings and just started doing that. They put landfill, they put garbage in the ground, they built the berm up that keeps the rainwater from getting to the stream at the bottom. We have no storm drains. And there's no sediment control. So when you look at that map, it looks like it's heavily industrial, but it's not supposed to be. They're non-conforming. But my main issue is we had a health impact study done, 2529 Georgetown Road, and the Planning Commission was part of it. The Center for Healthy Communities and St. Agnes Hospital, we had all kinds of people involved. And if you can bring that first page up, you'll see some of the people involved, delegates but the impact study talks about the high rates, incredibly disproportionate rates of mortality and lung diseases, cancer, lower respiratory diseases in that area. And the people who did the study said that it seems to follow I-95, the bad health. They were astonished. They said this doesn't happen anywhere, how highly disproportionate the Morrow Park area, and especially right there by 95, is higher rates of death and unemployment and air quality and traffic problems compared to the rest of the city. And so my issue is, now I want to present some of the things from that study, not to examine the speculative outcomes of what that project would have been, but to establish what the baseline pre-existing conditions were there. When we did this study was in 2013. Since then, there are 8 new businesses operating in 2500 and 2600 Georgetown Road with fleets of trucks, cement mixers, all kinds of construction equipment, long flatbed trailers where they're bringing backhoes and bobcats in, and they're working all the time. Cold Kiss, Chesapeake Bay Snacks opened up. They have customers coming in all day and night, deliveries from FedEx, Amazon, 53-foot trailers coming in. And my neighbor on one side has epilepsy and they need ambulances sometime. I've had to call ambulances because my body rejects they're trying to get me on a regimen. I don't want to be one to talk about and hide behind my health. It's part of the reason I haven't met and been speaking to them is my battles. But beside that, sometimes I've had to call an ambulance and crawl out because I couldn't walk, having reactions to medications. They're trying to get me on a regimen. And my doctors have failed me. You know, I couldn't keep my same doctor with an Affordable Care Act. But anyway, the guy on the other side, young man, has muscular dystrophy and his mother has a problem, and they've had ambulances. My mom, who lives with me, she missed the doctor's appointment because of all this traffic. And in this health impact study, it talks about how right there you can see I-95 and Georgetown Road. That's 2529 on the corner. Now, if you notice, compared to the last picture, do you see all the green space? Over 100-year-old oak trees and they lined the block, and we're all around. Now, the two in front of I'm at 1505, the three residences here, and there's one left at the bottom, 1518. The several other, like 8 places there burned down over the past 2 decades, and they bring in industry. Probably all arsons, but I know the one at 2529, Granny and Poppy Bill's house, was an arson. And that's when the real mistake happened. After that, Ed Reisinger had the paperwork and he was going to take care of when this building here was going to be built, and nothing happened. Suddenly they were building. And so just to show you the difference now, when we have dwindling green spaces and have an initiative to plant trees, we're losing them. And the health impact study says right there where I-95 is some of the worst health, some of the highest levels of particulate matter. The nearest station that monitors that is 4 miles from there. So it's greater there. And the traffic there, some of the intersections that Georgetown Road goes to are rated by the Baltimore City Department of Transportation, Class D, which is the lowest rating in acceptable in quality service. There's high levels of traffic already at that time before these 8 new businesses in that little area, 2-block area, with their massive fleets of trucks and all of the customers and all coming. And the mortality rate on the last project said if the employee entrance was going, they were going to keep that building that's at 2529 Georgetown Road. That was the main entrance. And around the corner, just if you see how it veers to the left, right under I-95 was the other entrance. They said the mortality rate would raise 4 persons per 100,000 annually because of the emissions. It will go up to 8 people over a 50-year period, I don't know, annually or whatever. But the mortality rate, the people from St. Agnes said that the high rates of lower respiratory problems, emphysema, bronchitis, all kinds of heart disease, all that are highly disproportionate in that area. They were amazed. And so, and all through this impact study, it says adding trucks will exacerbate it and probably, you can imagine, exponentially. He says, and he keeps changing it, I don't know why. First, he wanted to put food in there, make food to send out to Chinese restaurants. Then he said he would put his, now I want to have an amicable, reach some kind of amicable conclusion here with them, and be a good neighbor. The MOU, for me, is my last resort. And I hope they'll be courteous enough to, extend that to me still. But, hold on, lesions on the brain. Too much gabapentin, too.
So let me give you a chance to catch your breath here. I want you to make sure that you understand the uses that are permitted in the I-1. This property should be rezoned to I-1. All of the uses that come. Let me, for clarity, if the property is rezoned to I-1, all of the uses that come with I-1 are permissible once it's rezoned.
Well, and
so my question or suggestion to you is, the MOU seems to be like a good opportunity to limit those types of things.
I haven't ruled it out. I haven't ruled it out, but I still, for me and for the community, when we see the levels of the poor air quality, or at that time, without the new businesses that are there, we're at the level of unacceptable quality for the World Health Organization. The Department of Transportation said the traffic right there was at that time pushing the threshold of unacceptability. And there's all them new traffic and them new businesses now since then. So it's a matter of health. You understand? And it's too chaotic already. And why are we worried about bringing in a new business when 311 inspectors, nobody's done anything about these non-conforming businesses? The one at the bottom at 1517 that put landfill in and trash in the ground right next to the stream. It goes to Gwynns Falls and into the harbor. We're supposed to be able to swim in the harbor by now, according to Mayor Stephanie Blake. She was going to fix that. But one of my concerns is the activity. He said he's going to have a fleet of 24, limited to 24-foot trucks now is his thing now. But all through this health impact study, it says added trucks exacerbate the mortality rates, the bad health rates, the air quality, the traffic safety. It's all about adding new trucks and the traffic. And yeah, I just want to show you here, like, here's a thing from Delegate Haynes, who noted the air quality in the community is threatened by a number of sources of air pollutions, toxic metals, and emissions. Bonnie Phipps, CEO of St. Agnes Healthcare, said that we already have significant issues, like incidents of cancer, different diseases. Some are lifestyle related, she says there, but and this is the area. If you look at the top map and you see the radius of the air quality check, 2529 Georgetown Road is epicenter. Well, it's in the center of the study for the bad air quality. And here's an example of the disproportionate mortality rates and diseases as compared with the rest of the city. And they were astonished at how the difference is disproportionate. They said this happens nowhere. And they said it follows I-95, and they pointed out because that project's epicenter, that project's employee entrance and all, was 2529 Georgetown Road. This is where this is all taking place at. And there's things there I wanted to say, but no. As you can see here, she's got it upside down, but that doesn't matter. And right there where the number 8 is, there's a small highlighted area. The rest of it was the proposal, but that was the entrance. And underneath I-95 there was the Bernard Drive entrance, which is just a few yards from there. And if they had used that, that's where the mortality rates would increase so much, as I had pointed out. But if you see by the 8, that's 2529 Georgetown Road, where this study was based on. And you can skip that. That's just poor resolution of the same thing. And there you have it, 2529 Georgetown Road in the middle of the health impact study, that's where it's at its worst. Following the I-95 corridor, Georgetown Road runs parallel to it, where all that bad traffic, the World Health Organization and the Department of Transportation says we can't handle anymore. And I feel sorry for the owners, because since the house burned down and Ed Reisinger, councilman at the time, was supposed to deal with it, and they put that business in. Now, I don't know about the permits. They never had a sign up in a meeting about it, like those other businesses. But there's been a few owners since then. And what happens is they can't use it, and they dump it on the next guy. And that's our dilemma. What does he do with his property? How will it affect us? I'm fighting for my life here, literally. Anyway, and as you can see, the air quality, although it's within the limits set by the EPA, there's further information in the study that says the EPA's limits it doesn't rule out that they're very dangerous. And already, that area is at the threshold set by the World Health Organization, and it has to be past that threshold with all these new businesses and their trucks and all that. You can see the traffic safety, the baseline conditions already push the threshold of acceptable quality. And the residents, and I've got lots of things in here from residents saying no, that they've put online. And as I pointed out last time, some really colorful language no. And I can show that to you if you like, but I only have the paper. And you can see the baseline conditions push the threshold of acceptable quality. And, Morrow Park, Violettville, 9,000 residents of a community disproportionately impacted by disease, heart disease, cancer, and lower respiratory disease. And in the middle is 2529 Georgetown Road, is their entrance for this. Now, I'm not trying to emphasize that what would happen from that project. This is the pre-existing conditions, which are worse now with all the businesses that have moved in. And, could you go? And, it's in here, the traffic, increased truck traffic, and they went on to say a lot of things. There's things in there I wanted to point out. Intersections have the lowest acceptable rating of quality service, but as per the DOT. And this is the wrong slide, but it's okay. That's just, and it's, he gave an issue, he talked about the issue of the property when this is our property. That's lot 1 next to 2529, where another house burnt down in the background, Miss Gardner's house. As you can see, 2529, that's just a little flower bed in 1505. In 2529, there's all these trees, swing sets. The bottom is my yard. Can you go to the next one? This is decades ago. If you went through all the other document ones. And when we left here, Mr. Berry had made assertions that they got to follow up, and we weren't allowed a rebuttal. We already had our testimony. Yeah. And he insisted that there was no documentation presented. I had it in hand because there's discrepancies. There's like about 7 or 8 different plats, surveys, all showing 2529 and the adjoining properties at different dimensions.
Okay.
And I have them here, and it shows the dwelling there and all that they insisted was not there. I could show them to you, but it's probably
The
immaterial
land use
now.
dispute is
Okay.
outside of the purview of
And I
this commission.
just put this picture in there because Mr. French opened last time with insisting that there never was a residence. And there's my dad in the yard at 2529. That's my dad, my brother, and my grandmother. In the background, you can see the house at 2529 that Mr. French said never existed.
I don't know whether or not he said, sir, I don't know whether or not he said it never existed. My question to him was specifically was.
Last meeting.
Okay. Was it a residential use at the time of the last rezoning in 2017? That's the most important thing.
Well,
That's the rules that we have got to abide by.
I'll finish up with it. I just wanted to show, and I wonder who that good-looking guy right there is.
With the OPs, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Are those OP shorts? Come on, man.
Oh, they were in style. I got an Iron Maiden shirt on.
There you go.
Yeah, that one's on. You can take that down. But I just wanted to show that, yes, there was a residence there. And my main thing here is the traffic and health. And I have to live there. I'm not building this monstrosity next to somebody's house. And I bet you if I asked everyone in here to raise their hand, would you trade places and let them put it there? Mr. French, Mr. Mary, Mr. Hoffberger?
Sir.
None of them would raise their hand. I'm sorry, I have to address you. But nobody in here will raise their hand and say, yeah, put that next to my house.
Nobody would.
And I got to look like the bad guy.
No, you're not looking like a bad guy. You're looking like a guy who's in a very tough position.
It's a dilemma. And as I said, I'd like to reach an amicable solution. But that's my last resort to do that. I don't want that. And I was basically threatened. I don't mean to any defamation or slander or anything, but they left the message with our community association that if this doesn't pass, they can put 17 residences there. Well, I don't know how you can put residences when Mr. French asserted last time it's emphatically it's unsuitable for residential use. And now they're telling me they can put 17 residences there, I guess to pressure me.
No, it's what the
But
zoning,
It's
would
what zoning
permit.
permits, okay, but the health impact study says you're going to be killing those residents. And for each resident, you can account for at least one car. More exacerbation to the traffic and air quality problem that's already beyond thresholds of acceptability according to World Health Organization and all these, the Center for Healthy Housings and all these people that were involved in that study. And it's worse now with 8 new businesses with a lot of traffic and customers and trucks and that, I'll wrap it up with that. And it's a dilemma. I don't know what you're gonna do. It's on
Thank you
you.
very much for your testimony,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Warren. Yes.
I'm gonna try to be fast. I'm his mother.
Your name?
Doris Moran. I do not disapprove of this. I gotta go home with him. He has power, he has power, he has power. You guys have power. I have none. Only, I live there. I brought him there at 2 years old. If the yard stays the same, if everything stays the same, the fencing, they're talking about putting an 8-foot tall fence. I don't want to go out and look at that. They have a nice fence that the people who did before illegally being there put up, a chain link, and the stuff, it's this wide. There's the fence, and here is shrub, weed. But the deer like to come up and eat it. And I can't see inside there. I don't want to see inside there. I live here. The only thing this kid has, is that backyard, which they're willing to give to us. He goes out and he cuts that grass all the time, and he puts a circle. Maybe the guys knows what's in the middle for the golf, the circle thing. I love golf, but I can't remember the name of it. And he shoots his ball down there into that, and then clumbers down there, shoots it back up to the steps. And that's the only thing he gets to do in his life. That's all he does. And takes care of the trash and recycles. So I don't mind them being there, but I would like them to keep their footprint exactly as it is. The fence, they don't need to put out money to buy a big fence. I like the fence that's there. If they would put that building, they're talking about putting one up. I like to stand on my back porch and watch the cops running down I-95 and all that. I was there before I-95. I was there before anything. I'm Methuselah or something, whatever, I don't know. Anyway, I like to sit on my back porch and watch the traffic go. There's no big deal. I don't have nothing else to do. So if they put there's a building there illegally, them guys in that building, when they was in there illegally, they came in my yard and destroyed my kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids' swing set and my garden chairs and all that. And he said he was doing me a favor, getting rid of my trash. I said, get back up there. I said, this is my yard. He said, well, we can't find our property. Where's our property line? We can't find it. We keep trying. I said, you're not the only one. I told you about the guy from the city saying they can't find it 10 feet. I said, it's under 15, 17, or whatever that is next to me, right? Not connected to me, the one on there. I said, that's where it is, because they built their house in the wrong place, and nobody ever did nothing about it. I don't care. But if the building that they put there, oh, yeah, I told them to get up there. And I said, I will stand right here, because I was standing in the middle of my yard, and I said, I will stand here till the cows come home. And the two guys that was breaking up my property said, the cows come home? I said, every one of them. I won't go into what that was. Anyway, I'm a lady most of the time, though. Anyway, he told them people, come, get back up here, get back up here. He said, I'm sorry, we just can't find mine. I said, well, you didn't find anything here that was yours to break. That belonged to me. My husband, before he died, bought all that, So anyway, if they put where that building is they have now and put the same footprint up there, they could go up to God. Won't hurt my feelings because I can't see it from my back porch. I can't see it from my front porch. I don't care about people come passing, and I'm sorry, I may be selfish, but I don't care about the whole neighborhood's breathing. I'm breathing, they're all breathing. I'm the one on that corner. I'm the one that's got to be there. I'm the one that has nothing but that since 71. That's when I moved in there. And my landlord lived here. My landlord owned that house, and they rented it out to my friends. And this house connected to me, duplex, and mine. One there, one down the street, two down here, there's one there, and there's two behind me. They're all burnt, gone, except for the one down the bottom of the hill, and these two, and the one next to me here. That's it. And it's nice and peace and quiet, other than the trucks. And I don't really care, because I don't mind trucks. I have 3 sons. I'm used to trucks. But I'm willing to work with them. If they would just stay where I don't have to look at it, it can be up, it's on the side there. Where the other one is, it's fine with me. I know I gotta go home with him, though. So, I don't know what to say, because I'm caught in the middle and I have no say. I have no power and nothing, other than what all these men are giving me, and that is nothing. Even my own is not giving me, because he wants it to save the community. The community's never been up there. She's community leader. When the first time I talked to her was, what, a year ago? When she come with a paper, was putting it in my mailbox. She didn't even know my street was there. And her aunt lived on DeSoto Road, 2 blocks over there. And my kids went to school with her kids, her aunt's kids. She didn't even know that my street was even there. That's how I had the best street in Baltimore City, because nobody knows it's there. It's the safest place. People keep saying, why you want to stay in Morrill Park? That's so dangerous. Washington Boulevard is gone. Wilkins Avenue on that side is gone, because nobody's doing nothing but none of that. But they want to be over here doing all this crap. I'm just sitting right here, and I don't care. When I die, I'm going to be buried. I'm going to be there. I have dogs buried in that ground. My husband took all day for our little poodle, because he was so sick with his heart and all. He took all day. He took a chair and his coffee and went down there with his cigarettes and his coffee and his dog, and he put her in the toolbox that he got for Christmas from my eldest son, and put that little 10-pound dog in it. And it took him all day. He wouldn't let nobody help him. That dog's there. My brother from Payson Street's dog is there. We've got cats there. We've got dogs there. We got birds there. We got fish there. It's all there. That's a little graveyard at the bottom of my yard. To think that somebody's gonna come and tear it up or do anything with it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I sound like I don't care. I don't really care.
This is your opportunity to speak so that we can hear you and understand what's going
Yeah,
on, so.
but I'm not against those people, and I shook the guy that wants to build here's him when we left here the last time. But my son isn't always able to communicate and this and that. He has MS. He's not always in good shape. And I know we should have been doing something, but I could have called, but he didn't want me to do anything because I don't have the power.
I urge you all to
I
continue.
want to do something with it.
I urge you all to continue your conversations with the property owner,
Yeah.
regardless of what this commission and what the council does. Okay?
Yeah, I'm really, I don't care, because them people that was there before, you remember when Malvo and all them, they was looking for them big white box trucks? How everybody was scared all over the city? Guess what was in that area right there? 3 of them illegally parked, and Ed Reisinger finally got rid of them because they had a business that was emptying houses when people got evicted, and it was stored there, and they were not allowed. It wasn't supposed to go from here to there to there. Whatever that law was, I don't know. Don't care really. But we was looking at them. When the people was going up and down the railroad track, killing people, that guy getting off and killing people, right down from behind my yard is the railroad. I don't care. I love the railroad. My father was a brakeman on the B&O. I don't have anything wrong with that. But that study that y'all seen, that was because we was fighting, Morrill Park was fighting CSX. That's why that was done. Remember that? And we did fight them. And the guy from Florida told that other guy, the big guy from Florida, said to this other guy about me, he said, don't mess with her. Because I went to dinner with him and everything. We did everything we could to work with them. But, I'm done. You get your share now.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Sorry, but go ahead. Try. Beat me.
Hello, my name is Angela Zanti. I'm the president of the Morrill Park Community Association. First, I want to say thank you to everyone that's involved. I do want to say, excuse me. So we definitely have been trying to make efforts to put together a meeting through the residents and through the planning department. I can understand both sides. I feel bad for both sides. I actually was not aware until Mr. Danny told me about the study. So this is my first time seeing it as well. And to be honest, it worries me because I have not seen it until today. So I haven't been able to read over it, look over it. When I was first told about it was our last community association meeting by Danny. And I tried to research it on Google and I wasn't pulling up anything. But that is worrisome, to be honest with you. And I feel like it's a hard position because I'll tell you, the block, when I first was elected in, I've lived in Morrow Park for 40 years, and I did not know that street was there. I thought that I've, as a kid, been up and down every one of them streets, and I couldn't find their house. I Googled it, and I found it, and come to find out they know my whole family, so it's been actually a really amazing journey to be able to speak with the Marines who know my whole family. The planning department, they've been amazing. They really have. I do want to say that I feel like some of the screenshots that were shown don't really show the Morrow Park that I think of when I look at Morrow Park. I would love to ask anyone that can to look at a map and zoom out further from a backed up look. You'll see DeSoto Road is mainly residents. The street ahead of Parksley Avenue is residents. It really didn't start with businesses on that side of the road until those fires started mysteriously breaking out. So I don't want to, point any fingers or make any assumptions, but it's mysterious how that street was all residents at one point, but then they ended up mysteriously catching on fire one at a time, and then a business would come in. I don't think that's the case with this business, by the way. I want to make that clear.
Sure.
But I do know that, up until a few years ago, that street was all residents. The street ahead of it, residents. It's when you cross Georgetown Road. If you're at Parksley Avenue and Georgetown Road, when you cross the street and go up, that's all industrial. But when you're on this side and looking down, you'll see it's a lot of residents. And they just happen, the Marines just happen to be right in that corner where the CSX 95 and the industrial parks start. So it's a really messed up spot to have to be in. But I noticed the slideshow, it showed where the business was going to be on the bottom left-hand corner. I would love to be able to show that under, there's a lot of residents.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. The issue that this commission has to face is, the question we have to answer is, was there a mistake in the last comprehensive rezoning or change in the neighborhood since 2017?
Right.
That's the date.
Right.
And so if at 2017, that area was predominantly industrial, and this particular property was used for industrial, I think Mr. French has pointed out that he believes that there was a mistake made, and hence that's what justifies the rezoning of this property.
Right.
So no matter how much I'd like to go back in time
Right.
beyond that, that's our threshold is 2017.
Right.
So,
Now, another thing that I wanted to point out was, now, I was telling Mr. Chase, I'm not the Department of Planning, and I'm not, I'm just a neighborhood person trying to do as much as I can for the neighborhood. But looking into trying to really research as much as I could to really get my head at, what's going on, I realized that that area must have been Baltimore County at one point. And if you look at the maps that are Baltimore County, they're different than what the maps are for Baltimore City. So that's something that I wanted to bring up also. Now, I can see the differences, but I don't necessarily know what they mean. Actually, me and Mr. Chase, we spoke about it, and he was helping explain a lot of things also. So, but as far as the community association, I want to say that our position is we really do hope that there's something worked out between the two or all of us. It does very much concern me about the air quality, and again, I just seen that today. And I'm sorry that, the owner definitely did buy that property thinking that it was going to be an industrial zone. So that's really unfair to him too. So I feel bad for him, but I also feel for the Marines because they're one of 2 or 3 houses left on that block. And the man owning the business, he's actually trying to go the right way of doing things when all the other businesses just did it. They didn't care what anyone said, they just did it. But I do really have to stay with the side of the residents.
I recognize that.
And, I really hope things do work out. I do. I hate to put it on you guys, but it's
No,
like.
sorry, that's why we're here.
But again, that does concern me a lot. I want to get with Mr. Moran and see if he can forward those papers to me about the study, because first time seeing it, and it's a concern, so.
Thank you.
But I appreciate your time.
I appreciate
But
you coming down.
definitely, please, if you get a chance, check it out. Those houses really, there really are residential properties going down further. So, thank you, though.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Discussion, deliberations amongst the commission. Welcome, Commissioner Williams, Deputy Mayor Williams. Any questions, comments, deliberations? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll just say that I think all the concerns of the community health and otherwise are certainly serious and valid, but not something that's within our purview to solve. And I'd like to commend the applicant's effort and willingness to compromise on the issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible position for the residents in that neighborhood to be in. Obviously, with the improvements to I-95 and business, this is not the only area in the city where this happens, where you have a small pocket of residences that are left kind of dangling out there as things are developing around them in different land uses, and it's a terrible position to be in. I look at our responsibility is to look at this, from 2017, what happened in 2017 when the property was owned, and base our decision, was there a mistake or a change in the character of the neighborhood from 2017? Planning staff has identified a very specific mistake that they believe was made in 2017 for this property. I commend the applicant for continuing to pursue and talk with the property owners. I hope and pray that they are able to continue to do that. at the end of the day, my worst fear would be, and this is going to sound really terrible, forgive me, but if it remains residential, to promote more residential use in that area. And that's just not something that I would feel comfortable doing. At the same time, by rezoning it to I-1, I'm hoping that some protections would be afforded to those remaining residences on Parksley. So that's my only comment. Do we have a motion or any other discussion? Motion? Somebody?
Motion to approve.
So it would be a motion to approve with the findings of facts that are outlined and based on the public testimony that we've heard today.
And in accordance with the staff recommendation.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approved.
Eric Costello, Lee Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approved.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
and Sean Davis.
Approve. Thank you all very much for being here on that one. Moving on to our next agenda item.
Next agenda item is a final subdivision development plan for 3600 through 3700 Boston Street. In the first Councilmatic District, Matt DeSantis will present, as well as a minor change in final design approval for Brewers Hill PUD number 104 at same address for Avalon Bay Brewers Hill.
Good afternoon,
DeSantis.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This request is for some very slight revisions to plans that this commission approved back in February of this year. I'm going to run through this quickly. The site is at the corner of Eaton and Boston, adjacent to the Collective at Canton development site and the Brewers Hill PUD. So this is the subdivision plat that was approved back in February, which is unchanged. The changes are simply to the development plan, landscaping plan, and architectural elevations. So this is the previous plan that was approved back in February. This is the current plan, so I can sort of flip back and forth. You can see there are some, so again, this is the current plan, previous plan. Changes to the interior, is the pointer? Does it not work? Works sometimes. The pointer sometimes works, not working now.
It's, seeing it on my screen.
It's the mouse.
The mouse is there. Oh.
I'm seeing it here.
Anyways, so there's some changes to the interior layout of the building. You can see that the previous plan, the northern portion of the building didn't connect through. Now it does connect through.
The courtyard opens up.
Correct. And then along, previously down at the bottom of the plan along Boston Street, the building sort of angled to be roughly, that's not quite. To be roughly perpendicular, to be roughly parallel to Boston Street, whereas now there's some more articulation in the building. Previous landscape plan, current landscape plan, largely the same. And then the architectural elevations, previous elevations, proposed current elevations, same general massing. There is a slight increase in unit density. Some of the units are being reduced in size. Yeah, you can take this back. Previous elevation, revised current elevation. So frankly speaking, these changes would arguably have been placed as a consent agenda item for the commission, since they are relatively minor in nature. I can just run through quickly these proposed revisions. They are consistent with a minor change standard per Article 32, Section 13, 402, and 403. So the reason why this was not placed as a consent agenda item has to do with the red line. This here on the screen is a rough timeline So as I mentioned, in February of this year, this project received subdivision and PUD approval from this commission. Then in June of this year, the red line was officially relaunched. Members of the commission might be generally aware that the original red line plans back in 2015 would have swooped through what's now Collective Ed Canton. And there would have been a very large park and ride over what now has been developed as a mixed-use community. Planning staff has been working very closely with MTA over the past several months. They basically reached out to us a few months ago and said, hey, one of our alignment alternatives would go through the site and then in between two existing buildings. And we said, well, there's a project that is already under building permits, like, sorry. And then in the fall of this year, planning staff was made aware of these proposed revisions, which need planning commission approval. So planning staff introduced the project development team with the MTA Red Line team, so that they could talk about possible additional changes to the site plan that would not prohibit a possible red line alignment through the site. MTA has been in conversations with the development team. They've put on the table sort of what possible options could look like. However, since no final red line alignment has been selected by the state, at this point, there's no legal means for the city to compel the development team to propose revised plans that do consist with a possible red line alignment. So that's, we can't force the development team into making changes for the red line since the red line hasn't officially picked what the route is going to look like. But this was all sort of, all of this has been going on in the background for the past couple months. Planning staff wanted to not just make this a consent agenda item, but wanted to even very briefly just lay out to the commission and the public in general that we are aware of that this building's placement would create a possible conflict with one of the possible alternatives of the red line, and we wanted to just make it clear publicly that we're aware of this of the issue. The Brewers Hill neighbors and Kane Community Association were both notified of the application. Site's been posted in accordance with PC guidelines. I can note the MTA submitted a letter of support, or a letter of acknowledgement that they have been working with the development team. They hope to continue conversations with the development team. And so that then leads into planning staff's recommendation, which is approval of both the minor change from final design approval for the PUD and the development plan change for the subdivision, with the condition that the development team continue to work collaboratively with the MTA to explore how the development may better interface with the Red Line Transit project.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSantis. Other questions? I'm just going to give you guys like a pile of rubber bands, and when I don't hit you, just shoot me with a rubber band. Okay. Are there questions for Mr. DeSantis? Yes, Commissioner McCoach.
Do we have any graphics showing some of the alternate routes for the red line and their impact?
I don't have any graphics prepared, but I can use this. Where's the stick? I can use I'll tell you.
Building on that, while you're answering
Go back to the aerial.
his question,
One more.
my question's along the same lines. The nature of the conflict, is this a proposed station location, or is it the underground tunnel that would be in conflict?
Yeah, so the MTA had been looking at an alignment along Boston Street that would then sort of go through the middle of the site and then in between these two buildings. The 2015 Red Line project, it came along Boston and then it swooped up through this way with a big park and ride facility. So the building as already approved and these revised changes, which are tweaks to what's been approved, would put a building, right through here, which would prohibit any form of transit way, either for light rail or BRT, should the state choose either one of those options. Whether there's a tunnel or not wouldn't directly have any impact, because even the tunnel option, which is option one, would surface up further up Boston Street around the Safeway.
Yeah, this is all surface here.
And that alignment leads to Hopkins Bayview, is that correct, as you head north?
That's correct.
And that alignment also runs parallel to the greenway that the city's endorsed? Okay.
That's correct, yes. Yeah, and as I mentioned in the staff report, the construction of this building, it's not like it would completely, eliminate any possibility of the Red Line being constructed. Rather that this particular alternative was, I think, maybe it's safe to say, would have been MTA's preferred alternative with an alignment along Boston Street.
Right.
So it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't eliminate the possibility of being on Boston Street. It removes one of the possible alternatives MTA had been evaluating.
So let me just add, so the MTA is in a study period. They are formally looking at a total of 6 alignments. There are even more than 6 options in this area. But it's clear that this is one of the top alignments in their study. They won't be making these decisions till early spring.
I guess I understand from years ago that the Canton alignments were there are many controversial aspects of the Red Line. But I would think that I would be concerned that this would preclude the functionality of the Canton alignment. That could be the end of the discussion unless there's a workaround that I'd be curious about.
It depends upon if it's rail or BRT. And there's a tremendous number of variables that probably the most important thing is if the applicant was to request a building permit for their already approved plans that come before us, there's nothing we can do to stop that. That's done. That ship has sailed. So the question is what is in the best interest from a design perspective and so on and so forth. So, in the planning department's opinion, are the revised designs, you've said that they're minor, which is great, so it doesn't require council action on a major PUD amendment. They're minor PUD amendments. Do you believe it results in a better design?
I don't know if I would say that the proposed revisions are better. I think my understanding is that the reason for the revisions are based off of costs and cost considerations. So I don't know if I would say that they're better. But I wouldn't say but I would say that they are relatively minor, based off of what was previously approved.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. DeSantis from the commission? Anyone? Okay, with that, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg Martin, on behalf of the applicant Avalon Bay. Our whole development team is here. We're happy to answer questions that you have. I just want to address the Red Line question briefly. The problem that we have is exactly as the chairman indicated, which is we have an approved plan that we could go forward with building permits on. We think the new design is better. The changes are very minor. The planning department is recommending approval of them. And, yes, this may preclude one option for the red line, but at this point, it's so early. We don't know whether it's going to be rail. We don't know if it's going to be bus rapid transit. We don't know which route they want to go on. We have had several very productive meetings with them. There is definitely an option in which it continues down Boston Street, just straight in front of our site and then goes up. So, this proposed design certainly doesn't preclude the Boston route altogether. And we're happy to continue to work with them as the project moves forward.
Any questions for Ms. Hecker? Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, deliberations? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of the staff report.
So
As
Commissioner
recommended.
Collins' motion to approve the minor amendments to the subdivision and the final design
Yes.
in accordance with the planning department recommendations. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Mr. Secretary, will you call a roll?
Robin Allen.
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello. Lee Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams. Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve, and we hope that you all will continue your conversations with MTA. Our next agenda item.
Next agenda item is a major subdivision, 2201 Clemens Street, in the 1 Westport Parcel B, request for a waiver in the 10th Councilmanic District. Matt will present.
Thank you. I will try and be even more brief with this one. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there are no plans to be reviewed for this action item. This request is only for a waiver. The specific application number, land subdivision application number 22-019, for a portion of the 1 Westport site, was submitted last year. Due to delays caused by the ongoing legal issues between the 1 Westport team and the Maglev project, a subdivision application was submitted last year for the townhome portion, 246 units townhome portion on this portion of the site in the dashed red. The subdivision rules and regulations specify that after preliminary plans get submitted, Planning Department issues a letter, a comment summary that says, okay, you now have to make all of these changes, and you have to submit final plans within 1 year. So that expired a couple of months ago. It expired October 21st of 2023. So the applicant, so this is verbatim from the rules and regulations. So this subdivision application has expired. So the request the applicant is making is saying, instead of having to submit a new application and have preliminary plans reviewed again and pay the application fee again, we would like this automatic plans expiration to be waived because of we had legal issues. We were held up in court. It was outside of our control, so that with this waiver granted, the applicant can then prepare and submit final plans for this existing application, which they have stated they intend on submitting those plans in the next couple of weeks.
January 5th of 2024 is identified in the applicant's letter. To January 5th, 2024, as in accordance with the applicant's letter, correct?
I'm sorry,
So in the application, the letter from Ms. Hutchins, I believe it's Ms. Hutchins, is as such, the applicant respectfully requests that the Planning Commission waive section 2.10 and retroactively extend the time to submit final plans to January 5th, 2024.
So notification was provided to these associations in proximity of the site. The Westport CDC submitted a letter of support. Ms. Lisa Hodges was here in person. She had to leave, but she asked for me to acknowledge that. And the site has been posted. Planning staff has no objection to the granting of the waiver, given the legal issues that have now been resolved.
Any questions for Mr. DeSantis? Seeing none. I'm sorry. What were you going to ask?
I'm just, I don't know. No, I guess not.
Seeing none. Anyone? All right. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak?
Only if you have questions, but I know.
Anyone? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any deliberations, discussions amongst the commission? If not, do I have a motion to extend the time for submittal of final plans to January 5th of 2024?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stevenson. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Horn. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen.
Approve.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello. Talib Horn.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Doug Stevenson.
Approve.
Sean Davis.
Approve. All right, with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. If everybody go next door, grab your lunch, come back. I really would like to start the next section of the hearing at 1 o'clock as it's been advertised. For the record, we're moving into our, what is this? This is the 11th agenda item. No, I'm sorry. This is the 13th agenda item. Thank you. For the purposes of this, I'm going to recuse myself from the decision. I'm going to stay here and just run the presentation. Okay, with that, I turn it over to you, Mr. Secretary.
All right, we have 3 items on the agenda now. The first is City Council Bill number 23-0432, or rezoning for 3301 St. Paul Street and 3311 through 3327 St. Paul Street in the 14th Councilmatic District. Second item, the City Council Bill number 23-0433, a Plan Unit Development PUD amendment for North Charles Village for the purpose of approving certain amendments to the development plan of the North Charles Village Plan Unit Development in the 14th Councilmatic District. The third item is City Council Bill number 23-0434, Plan Unit Development Repeal and Replace for North Charles Village in the 14th Councilmatic District. Ren Southern will present.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, and members of the commission. Today we have before us 3 city council bills, as was just mentioned. I want to give the commission an opportunity to choose whether you want to hear all 3 of the bills and then have deliberation, open testimony, and vote separately for each of these 3 items. Or we could also do presentation of the first City Council Bill 0432, pause for deliberation and public testimony, vote, go into the next one, and so on and so forth. So each of these is fairly complicated. I think they build in complexity as we go on, so it's up to the commission, but they're all related. I do have a brief introduction that gives kind of the background and history for the entire set, and then I can go into specifics.
What's the commission's voice on individually or wait to the end and vote all of it at once? All together?
Okay, I will proceed. So the area in question today is this area, the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development Area. This is in Charles Village. There are a few properties. I wonder if I can get this to work.
It's moving on this.
Good, okay, great. So here we have the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development as it is today. There's also within this presentation a question For these properties here on the 3300 block of St. Paul Street, this is part of the 0432 rezoning and the 0434 repeal and replace. This is an aerial of that view. You can see on this aerial, this is Johns Hopkins University over here. Union Memorial Hospital is up here, and East University Parkway runs kind of from the northwest to the southeast. So a brief history of these bills. The North Charles Village Planned Unit Development was originally established on June 14, 1996 by Ordinance 9635. It affected 37 or so properties within the Charles Village neighborhood. There have been two major amendments approved by Ordinances 03-639 in 2003. That was to expand the boundary. And Ordinance 07-629 on December 3rd, 2007 to allow some additional height for one of the buildings. There have been an array of minor amendments over the last several years. Much of the build-out plan for the existing North Charles Village Planned Unit Development has been completed to date. In December of 2021, the applicants of these three bills jointly contacted planning to request a meeting. Planning staff has met with the applicants on a regular basis since the initial meeting. I'm going to take you through a series of aerial photos just to kind of paint the picture of the neighborhood. North is to the left of your screen now, just for orientation purposes. St. Paul is kind of the main street in this presentation, and East 33rd Street here is going to be important, as is East 32nd Street. I'm sorry it's not labeled on here, but just to keep that in mind. So this is an aerial photo from 2003. I'll just point out that you've got some lower scale row houses here and here, and an older building here. And then there's two properties these will be important to City Council Bill 23-0433 as we move on. Okay, so 2005, you can see that the building located at the corner of St. Paul and 33rd on the northwest side of the street has been raised. Some construction has begun. A year later, 2006, we have another site that's been cleared of row houses here along the 3200 block of St. Paul Street, and this building is very well along, several stories taller than it was. In 2009, both of those buildings are substantially complete. This is that building that was under construction. This was that site that was cleared. This is, I believe the address is 3201 St. Paul Street. And then this site here has been cleared of row houses and structures. This site is known as, I think it's 9 East 33rd Street. The actual address is 3200 St. Paul Street. In 2015, that building was under construction. You can see that here. And then this is an aerial photo from 2016 that shows that all of those buildings, those larger scale buildings, are substantially complete. You've still got the two lower scale buildings here. These are 3115 through 3119 and 3121 St. Paul Street. So just to kind of give an overview of evolution up to 2016. So City Council Bill 23-0432, rezoning 3301 St. Paul Street and 3311 through 3327 St. Paul Street. The request is for the purpose of changing the zoning for the properties known as 3301, 3311, 3313, 3315, 3317, 3319, 3321, 3323, and 3327 St. Paul Street, block 3871, lots 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I feel like I'm playing hide and seek. As outlined in red on the accompanying plat from the R8 zoning district to the C1 zoning district. I'm Bernetta Southard, The petitioners are Harkesh K. Sharma and Pardeep Kumar, care of AB Associates, Charles Hoffberger. The owners are Harkesh K. Sharma and Pardeep Kumar. This is in the Northern Planning District, and the community planner is Marie McSweeney Anderson. There are additional owners on this block, and I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of that. So you can see Lot 10 is owned by Johns Hopkins University. The owners that petitioned this request also have Tambers Holdings, so that you can just see that that's the same owner. Virginia K. Carey is another owner. According to SDAT, that's an owner-occupied home within the kind of middle of the block. So she's, Virginia K. Carey is at 3319. This is the plat map. I thought this was important. Just at some point in history, lots 1 and 2 were consolidated, which is why the request is for lots 1, 3, 4, and so on. This is the former zoning. You can see that the lots in question were zoned R8. And then this larger area here, including Union Memorial Hospital and this block, the 3200 block of St. Paul Street, was zoned R8. So R10 and R8. The X over 3301 we'll get to, but staff is going to make an amendment or recommend an amendment to remove that property, and I'll explain why in a little bit. This is the first reader map during the comprehensive rezoning. You can see that the Union Memorial properties have changed from that R10 zoning to the H1 zoning. This block, the 3200 block of St. Paul Street, has retained its R8 zoning, and then the 3100 block went from a B zoning to a C zoning. During that comprehensive rezoning process, neighborhoods could petition their council members to change a zoning based on market conditions. You know, they didn't have to meet the standards that the code sets today. And during that process, a group of neighbors did come and request for this block of St. Paul Street, the 3200 block, be rezoned to C1 as well. And it's my understanding that the neighbors on the 3300 block had that same request. And I'll get into specifics further into the presentation. But you can see that this block went from an R8 to a C1, that 3200 block. Okay. So, required findings. Maryland State Land Use Code requires that the staff consider the plan. This site is not located within any specific neighborhood plan areas, but it is adjacent to the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development number 91. The proposed change from R8 zoning districts to C1 district align with the North Charles Village PUD. Needs of Baltimore City. There is a benefit to the city in creating nodes of compatible zoning and continuous commercial uses along main corridors, and the needs of the particular neighborhood. The site is located in a neighborhood that has experienced a change of density and land use over the last 25 years, moving from a primarily medium-density residential row house neighborhood to a mix of commercial and higher density multifamily buildings. It's important for the Planning Commission to make findings required by state law. The state land use article requires that City Council must find one of two things. Either there has been a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood, or there is a mistake in the existing code. Planning staff has reviewed the item, and while there has been continued demand for added density of residential and commercial uses within the Charles Village neighborhood during the past 20 or so years, there has not been a substantial change since 2017. The neighborhood has been in a period of evolution for far longer. Given that fact, planning staff feels that the R8 zoning is a mistake. Based on the changes immediately surrounding the block and the updated zoning on adjacent blocks from R8 to C1, during the comprehensive rezoning, this block should have been included in the change to C1. Okay. Required findings of fact. There has not been a significant change in population in the neighborhood. There are adequate public facilities available. Present and future transportation facilities are not expected to change. The change from R8 to C1 is compatible with the land use patterns, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. At the time of the comprehensive rezoning, 3311 through 3327 St. Paul Street were zoned R8 and 3301 was zoned R10. Much of the surrounding neighborhood, as I mentioned, was also zoned R10. 3327 St. Paul Street is operated as a restaurant by the property owner. That's that block 1 and 2 that was consolidated. Right. The restaurant has been had been a non-conforming use under the prior code, but had been open and continuously run by the same owner since 1991. Under the current code, Article 32, the restaurant is a conditional use conditional to the board per 14328 neighborhood commercial establishments. During the comprehensive rezoning process, property owners wanted to allow a mix of residential and commercial uses. So they were seeing a trend in the neighborhood and wanted to open themselves up to more of that kind of low-density commercial at the ground floor with residential above. Since this was part of the citywide comprehensive rezoning effort, it was not necessarily at the time to meet the factors required for rezoning of land, as the commission must do now. Staff understands that the owners believe there were possibilities of commercial use interest for these houses, the row houses, included in the bill. They requested the C1. The prior council person disagreed and did not rezone that block specifically. You saw from the earlier maps that the council person did rezone, neighboring blocks. After this bill was introduced, planning staff discovered that 3301 St. Paul Street, that was the corner parcel with the bigger building, the multifamily building, had been included in error, and that property was not intended to be rezoned from R10 to C1. And as a result, planning staff is recommending a series of amendments to correct that mistake. The C1 zoning was not adopted for the parcels listed in City Council Bill 230432 as part of the official rezoning map during the comprehensive rezoning. They've retained their R8 and R10 zoning respectively. Over the years since 2017, the current zoning, or since the enactment of the current zoning code, there's been continued demand for commercial uses in this part of the neighborhood. Allowing the commercial designation for these properties is the most reasonable option to ensure that the land use, or that the current use of block 3871 lot 1, that restaurant, does not remain a non-conforming or conditional use. Additionally, the residential uses are allowed within the C1 zone and would not be non-conforming if a change was made from R8 to C1. The item was properly posted. On May 25th, the Charles Village Civic Association, I'll just call them the CVCA from now on, sent letters to owners impacted by the proposed rezoning. Planning has not received any specific feedback from any of the owners that were mailed. Let's see, equity. Staff does not believe that the change in zoning for these parcels will have any particular impact on the surrounding properties nor on any area residents, as the practical use of the parcel has not changed. There's no specific development proposed with this zoning change. Staff does not anticipate any impact on staff time or resources as a result of the action. Staff attended a lot of community meetings about these three bills. There have been some concerns from residents about preserving the historical character of the block. However, there are not any current protections in place that would prevent the existing buildings from being replaced with contemporary buildings under the current zoning of R8. Okay, so recommended amendments. That the property known as 3301 St. Paul be removed from the bill title on line 2, page 1. That the property known as 3301 St. Paul be removed from the list of properties to be rezoned. That the text referencing lot 10 be removed from line 5, page 1. That the property known as 3301 St. Paul be removed from the text on, text on line 15, page 1. That the text referencing lot 10 be removed from line 16, page 1, that the outline be removed from 3301 on the accompanying bill plat, and that the red dot be removed from 3301. So just to kind of visually summarize what that means, this is the updated this is what was included, and it's got a property description here, and then this parcel is outlined. I've just mocked up what we're recommending here. And again, with this one, there's a red dot on the parcel here, and then a reference to the address here. And we've just mocked this up for legislative reference as like an easy, visual to compare to. So that's 23-0432. Recommend adopt findings, amendment, and approval. On with the show. Okay, so City Council Bill 23-0433, Planned Unit Development Amendment, North Charles Village. The request is for the purpose of approving certain amendments to the development plan of the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development. I'm Renata Southard. The petitioner is MCB Charles Village, LLC, care of Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg. MCB Charles Village, LLC is the owner. It is in the Northern Planning District, and Marie McSweeney Anderson is the community planner. Brief overview. The North Charles Village Planned Unit Development was originally introduced by a partnership of Greater Homewood Community Corporation and the Johns Hopkins University. It was intended to encourage vibrant commercial corridor on St. Paul Street with select commercial uses and density of housing to serve the needs of the growing neighborhood. Replacement of the North Charles Village PUD Sheet 304, or what we call the preliminary build-out plan, is intended to allow for development of two parcels known as 3115 to 3119 and 3121 St. Paul Street that appear to be underutilized given the surrounding context and demand for development over the past 20 or so years. So this is the revised development plan from 2007. This accompanied an earlier change to a boundary in the PUD that included a few properties on Charles Street, which is here. So the PUD got kind of this like sawtooth outline. And then this particular major amendment in 2007 was for this building here, this one, and they allowed a little bit more height for that building. Note that there is no proposed development for the two parcels I mentioned, 3121 and 3115 to 3119, as noted on this plan. So those were existing. There was a grocery store there and a bank, and there was no specific plan in 2007 to have those redeveloped. This is the proposed development plan submitted by the applicant October 2023. You'll note that the boundary has changed in this one to include this block, and that development is proposed for this parcel here or this group of parcels. It's planning staff's understanding that the parcels will be consolidated to be developed as one building, and you can see section CC here. This is teeny tiny. The text reads that the height allowed under the PUD would be 90 feet. Okay, so zoning requirements. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there is a concept plan required for the planned unit development. Under 13303, you're required to put together or to submit a concept plan as part of that planned unit development authorization. Anything that's not a minor change qualifies as a major change. So the list of major changes is under 13403, but anything that is an increase of height or a change in the type, location, arrangement of land use. So we're talking about going from a purely commercial use on these two sites to a mixed use of commercial ground floor retail and residential above. So per the code, the major change was introduced by ordinance. So the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development includes a community-based design review process. This applicant has followed the community-based design review process required. They have also satisfied the design review requirements set forth by Article 32, Subtitle 4, Design Review. The updated development plan is intended to satisfy the requirements of Section 5201A and Title 13, Subtitles 3 and 4 of the Baltimore City Zoning Code. The two parcels known as 3115 and 3119 and 3121 St. Paul Street were not shown, as I mentioned, as development parcels. The replacement preliminary build-out plan includes a diagrammatic section and shows these as development parcels. Staff understands that the two parcels will be combined. That is an administrative action not requiring any planning commission approval. The parcels are currently zoned C1 and are proposed to remain within that zoning district. Allowable height in that zoning district is 68 feet by right. The height shown on final submission of the design review drawings received by planning staff shows a height of approximately 78 feet. So the proposed building is about 10 feet higher than what's allowed by right. Per 13201 authorization, requirements of underlying district, unless otherwise specifically provided in the ordinance establishing or amending the planned unit development, all requirements of the underlying zoning code district apply. So this part of the zoning code authorizes the development plan to set a different height than what is allowed per, in this case, table 10401, which is bulk and yard under the zoning code. So the development plan sets the height limit for the planned unit development, and that is, if I might get into it here, but there's a little bit of a trade-off that happens. So planned unit developments are encouraged to promote creative and good development through these sorts of trade-offs. The revised sheet 3 of 4 preliminary build-out plan establishes a height of 90 feet. The approved drawings show a proposed height that is approximately 12 feet below the maximum building height allowed on that sheet. Planning requested a revised sheet 3 of 4 showing an updated height of 80 feet since the building, the applicant didn't need that full 90 feet, why include it on the sheet? So we requested an amendment there, and we received that updated sheet on December 12th showing a new height of 80 feet rather than that 90 feet. This is that design review process I mentioned. So the project came to our Urban Design and Architecture Advisory Panel for a master plan review in February of 2022. I called out the building. This was for the entire PUD area. You can see the updated boundary was proposed. This is that kind of like building envelope for those if the zoning had changed and they were included in the PUD. And then this is the building in question. This section, really simple section, was included as well in that presentation. You can see this one reads a little bit more clearly that it's showing 90 feet. They came back in October of this year for a schematic review. The building has changed shape just a little bit. Again, you can see it right here. The form has come down just a little bit. And then this one is hard to read, but this one shows that this top elevation right here reads as 78 feet. Sorry. Okay. So this, just real quick, I showed this earlier, but this is the plan that was submitted with the bill. What had the parcel had changed here. This one puts the boundary. The boundary had included these additional parcels on the 3300 block of St. Paul Street. For clarity, the applicant wanted to keep that part of it separate. So this one only it shows the existing boundary, but it shows a reduced height of 80 feet here. Equity. The proposed increase in density will provide additional housing and improve space for the existing grocery tenant who is planning to come back to this particular building. So there's a grocery tenant there. I believe it's Streets Market, and they're planning to come back to that same location. The project would also likely create an increases in traffic, noise, and trash for the neighborhood. Parking demand was studied by the applicant and adjusted to reflect the current parking demand in similar neighboring buildings. Neighbors voiced concerns about noise and parties on the outdoor amenity space. The proposed amenity space was moved to mitigate the impacts of noise and disturbance to neighboring row houses. The development team has stated they will manage trash and noise impacts. However, it should be noted that Planning Commission action remains with the land and not the promised actions of a development team, so just put that aside. Additional concerns raised by neighbors related to shadows cast by taller buildings onto lower scale properties. The applicant has proposed to reduce the height of the building by 1 story at a maximum height of 80 feet, which is in keeping with the approved design and of the proposed building. The buildings are unremarkable in the current existing buildings are unremarkable in their architectural character. They've not been historically designated, so planning doesn't feel that demolition would be an issue. The improved space for the returning grocery tenant may improve access to fresh food within the Charles Village neighborhood, but the temporary closure of the grocer will likely produce hardship for some residents. There was a lot of engagement on this group of bills. The applicant and councilperson began meeting with community members in 2022. Planning staff has attended a lot of those meetings. Meetings were held virtually and in person. There was a lot of opportunity for residents to engage. The sheer number and variety of ways that they reached out was, I think, adequate. And then additionally, they also posted in the Charles Villager newsletter produced by CBCA, and so the items were well advertised, I would say. Internal operations, the project has had a disproportionately large demand on planning staff compared to other planned unit developments. The PUD changes were first requested a year ago. Today, actually, was our first meeting, or pardon me, 2 years ago today. And we've been meeting on a consistent basis with the council person and residents over the last 2 years to resolve questions and concerns. So, recommended amendments, that the spelling error on page 1, line 14 from south is corrected to read south, that the development plan sheet 3 of 4 preliminary build-out attached to the bill is replaced with an updated sheet, the one that was received by planning on December 12th, showing a height of 80 feet, and that the date on page 2, line 11 is corrected to reflect the date of that updated sheet for the preliminary build-out plan. So just, kind of cross-referencing and making sure that there's no errors in the text of the bill, that it fully aligns with the development plan. So recommendation for this one is amendment and approval. Okay, and then finally, we have the final bill of this set of item 13, City Council Bill 23-0434, Planned Unit Development, Repeal and Replace, North Charles Village. The request is for the purpose of approving certain amendments to the development plan of the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development, approving a new development plan for the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development, establishing prohibited uses within the planned unit development, providing for the creation of a North Charles Village PUD Design Review Committee, establishing the membership of that committee, establishing applicable guidelines, requiring the committee to review proposed developments and amendments, and providing for a special effective date generally relating to the North Charles Village Planned Unit Development. I'm Renata Southard. The petitioners are the CVCA, care of Sandy Sparks. No owners have petitioned for this change or this repeal and replace. This is in the Northern Planning District. Marie McSweeney Anderson is the community planner. So, we've been through the zoning requirements a little bit, so I might just kind of skip through this unless the commission would like me to go through it again. The section 5201 allows for the introduction by ordinance. Number 8, it can be a PUD can be introduced by ordinance. Map amendments are governed by 5601. There's a hearing required, notice of hearing. So then we get into Title 13, which is the purpose and the requirements for the PUD. So I'm just going to go through this quickly, but as I mentioned, the whole purpose of a PUD is to encourage flexibility in the development of land and in the design of structures, to encourage a creative approach to the use of land that results in better development and design than might otherwise be accompanied under the strict application of this code on a lot-by-lot basis. Authorization in general plan unit developments may only be established by ordinance of the mayor and city council. There's, let me see, other, unless specifically provided that ordinance establishing or amending the planned unit development, all requirements of the underlying zoning district apply. A PUD may be repealed. And then the general requirements. I think that this is maybe the most critical part of this. Under 13202 general requirements, a common ownership or unified control, if there are more than two owners, or pardon me, if there are two or more owners, the application for approval of a new planned unit development must be jointly filed by all owners or their respective contract purchasers or authorized agents. And then this is the requirements for repealing, if it's in the best interest or if it's been substantially completed. So, again, anything that is not a minor change is a major change. Scope of this section, so again, if it's an increase, a 10% increase or a 25% decrease in the approved number of units, same for the height, change in type, location, arrangement of land uses, a change in the boundaries, a decrease to open space. So all of that is governed by 13403, and then major change requires an ordinance. City Council Bill 23-0434, Planned Unit Development Repeal and Replace, has been introduced to functionally repeal and replace an existing planned unit development. The title reads repeal and replace. The text on line 1 reads, for the purpose of repealing and replacing the development plan. However, this PUD also replaces the bill language. So you're repealing, the applicant is seeking to repeal all of the development plan, all 4 sheets of the existing accepted development plans and the text language. A development plan may be replaced or a property may be removed from a PUD boundary as a major change by way of amending the ordinance per 13403. In this case, as I mentioned, the PUD text is being changed, the entirety of the development plan is being replaced, and changes to the boundary are being proposed. In staff's opinion, changes of that scale amount to a de facto repeal and replace by establishing a completely new PUD that merely shares a name with the name in common with the previous PUD. Per Article 32, if there are 2 or more owners, the applicant must file jointly, or the application must be filed jointly. In this case, there are 2 or more owners. The bill was introduced by the Charles Village Civic Association. The CVCA is not currently an owner, nor has planning received any concrete proof that CVCA or Sandy Sparks has been designated as a respective contract purchaser or authorized agent. As written, this functionally repeals the existing North Charles Village PUD and proposes a new one. Therefore, the bill must meet the minimum standards of the general requirements as listed in 13202. The code requires positive consent of all property owners for the creation of a new PUD to ensure that property rights are not changed unbeknownst to owners. So we express this to the applicant. Planning staff advised that the introduction of a repeal and replace be jointly filed by all owners in order to meet those minimum requires. The applicant stated that letters notifying property owners were sent on May 25th of 2023. Planning staff was provided with a copy of the letter, but felt that notification of a replacement PUD is not sufficient for satisfying the general requirements that the owners be co-applicants for this. Additional standards are outlined in 13301. that was the section that covers the purpose of the PUD. So the purpose of a planned unit development is to encourage flexibility in the development of land and the design of structures. The proposed PUD is primarily restrictive in nature, limiting certain uses allowed by the underlying zoning, introducing design review requirements above what is required already by Title IV development reviews. The new PUD does not appear to provide any additional flexibility for property owners except for the two parcels known as 3115 and 3119 and 3121 St. Paul Street that were addressed in bill number 230433. So if that bill has an updated development plan, those parcels will not be affected. So that's a separate issue from this. Pardon me, where am I here? Okay. So all parcels other than those two parcels within the existing PUD have been built out or have no new development plans. The parcels that are within that extended boundary have no additional development proposed at this time. So as part of that development sheet, we would typically see new development proposed under that preliminary build-out plan. Staff understands that CVCA is strongly in support of the PUD, and the intent of the bill is to update the language of the existing ordinance to align with the current zoning. Staff also understands that CVCA takes pride in the fact that this PUD remains the sole example in Baltimore City of a PUD requiring a community-based design review process. As I'll note that the initial PUD was a partnership between the community and the Johns Hopkins University. So that's the big question is, does the community, are they allowed under the current zoning code to introduce a PUD without an owner? Planning staff advises that, or had advised the applicant that sections 8, 9, and 13 be removed for operational purposes. These are the sections of the bill that include specific design guidelines and review processes. Staff also advised that the list of requirements for the design review committee outlined in section 9 of the bill specifically required the formation of a panel is short-sighted. These types of committees do not often exist in perpetuity. We run into this with URPs all of the time. So we felt like that was not a good approach in this case. These are the development plan sheets. You can see that there's the current sheet was revised 2007. These are the proposed. So this is sheet 1. This is the extension of the boundary. Sheet 2, you can see that the streets market, the 3115 through 3119 and 3121 St. Paul Street have been included as development sites. Again, those sites show a height on this sheet, the proposed sheet included with this bill. The height is listed as 90 feet, so that earlier bill, that's a question for the applicant as whether they would be updating the proposed sheet with the repeal and replace. And then finally, the landscape plan. Equity. In the short term, the repeal and replacement of this PUD has no additional impact on the community beyond the existing PUD. The existing build-out plan has largely been completed and no new construction has been proposed for the buildings within the proposed boundary except for those that are under City Council Bill 23-0433. The replacement PUD makes provisions for cleanliness and lighting, which promote health and safety for residents. These are similar to the language of the existing PUD. Repealing and replacing the PUD without the authorization of all the landowners does not meet the requirements of the code and may impact owners' rights. The applicant and councilperson met with community, starting in spring of 2022. They've, again, as I noted in the last item, the number of meetings and the variety and outreach has been robust. And again, this project has had more demand on planning staff than typical planned unit developments. The item was posted properly. Neighborhood was notified by planning staff. Planning staff recommends disapproval of this item due to procedural flaws in property owner participation and co-application, potential notice problems, flaws in the operation of the proposed text, and lack of benefit to property owners in the majority of the PUD area Staff must recommend disapproval of this bill.
That was a lot of information.
I'm,
Nope, that was
thank you
good.
for tolerating my,
Thank you very
Steamroll.
much for that. Let's go through questions and comments from the commission for Ren, starting with you, Councilman Costello.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about the, if you already covered them, please don't, but the specific procedural flaws and how we remediate that? Or if there's an opportunity to remediate that? You already talked about it. Is there an opportunity to, pardon me, is there an opportunity to remediate it?
If we're creating a new PUD, you need all the property owners to sign on.
Is that the only method?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. When we rewrote how PUDs were to be handled in the new zoning code that is now currently in effect, it was designed to be more tactical. Because we had experienced problems before where a plan would get created, it would sit fallow for 10+ years, and then something would pop up out of nowhere. You need to have the property owner's consent and involvement. If it were merely a major change, one property owner would be sufficient as long as notice is provided to the others. We can't even meet that test. In our view, this is a ship of Theseus mental experiment. If you rewrite all of the words in it, it's de facto or repeal and replace, and so I think the higher test is made. But in neither case do we actually meet it without property owners being the applicants. If you look at the bill, it's on behalf of the community association. So, and we've made this abundantly clear, but here we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner John.
Are we going through each and every one of them or just the last one currently?
Ask your questions. What I would suggest is ask your questions regarding all three. When it ultimately comes time to a vote, we will have to look at each one separately.
My question is for 0433, the second one. In the height difference going from 90 to 80, do you feel that that is a significant height change and a difference in making of the neighborhood?
It is more than 10% of the height of the proposed building. I would hesitate to define significant here, but I will say that the community process, the developer made trade-offs during that community process and reduced the height of the building greater than 10% of what was initially proposed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Horn.
Just have a question regarding Charles Village Civic Association and the makeup of the membership. Are owners allowed to become members of the Civic Association? So in fact, when they speak, why aren't owners a part of that conversation? There are no owners that are a part of the Charles Village Civic Association?
That question is going to be better answered by the applicant. I'm not, that's beyond my purview.
Okay. That was a question I had in terms of what's the makeup of the organization.
Deputy Mayor.
For someone regarding the PUD requirement to have the ownership all agree, I recall that being a Councilwoman Clark sticking point. Do we recall it? Was that always going to be the initial draft, the requirement of all ownership to sign on and agree, if you remember?
So where some of that came from was late 2000s, Canton Crossing, the big version before it split in half. That is where we as a staff learned that when we were setting PUDs, a lot of them, and it kind of by decades, how these things worked changed a little bit. There was a lot of floating development that was approved, and the first guy in the door could draw down on that lump sum, and then the last property owner was like, wait, I get a parking lot. So we started pre-setting those values on a property-by-property basis, and we required more positive notice to other owners. And that breakdown came out initially. We wanted all property owners to co-sign, but in multi-property owners, that wasn't practical. So the fallback was for a major change that, one property owner with notice to the others is enough. But if you're creating something new, a repeal and replace, that needs everybody's consent because you're affecting their ability to do things with their property. We had even suggested kind of the difference here is PUDs are for property owners to get flexibility with some additional public review and oversight to do something creatively. But if you're trying to do something to somebody by way of limitation controls, that's more like a URP, an urban renewal plan. So maybe that would be a better tool. Hopefully that answers the question.
Well, sort of, I guess, I was wondering if we should look at changing the law about two owners, but that might be a bigger deal. But I was also going to suggest, do we know if an urban renewal plan was contemplated by the CVCA as an option to achieve their aims?
It was discussed and the PUD was preferred.
Thanks. Commissioner Collins.
I don't have any questions at this time. I think my concerns were already addressed.
Commissioner Allen. Vice Chair Stevenson.
Thank you, Ren, for all of that. I understand issue number 1. I understand issue number 3. The height restriction that you talked about, the 90-foot maximum height is based on the PUD, or based on the underlying zoning.
So the PUD allows the development plan to set a height. It isn't specific. So if it's not specified, the underlying zoning applies. The replacement plan that is proposed as the major amendment sets the height. It was supposed to be 90 feet. Planning asked for 80 feet to match what was approved per the design review process.
But the current height restriction, since there isn't one in the PUD, would be based on the underlying zoning. So what would that be?
68 feet.
Okay, I got that. And so when I looked at the agenda, I was confused because item number 2 is amendment, and then item number 3 is repeal and replace.
Right.
So what's the specific amendment?
The amendment is to replace sheet 3 of 4, which is the preliminary build-out plan. Showing the
So
height.
showing the new building.
Showing the new building. So it would enable that higher 80-foot building, 78, I think is what the plans show, but it would allow for up to 80 feet on that parcel, and that would be the only change under that bill.
Understood. And then number 3 would be wholesale changes that I assume would also include that. Okay, I follow. Thank you.
Yes, one thing to note, and I'm sorry if I'm interjecting here, that the sheet 3 of 4 in 0434 shows that other height of 90 feet. That has not been amended. Planning is recommending disapproval, so we did not recommend amendments to this bill.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCoach.
It's actually a question for folks with some real estate law experience. And that is it possible that a repeal and replace PUD could withstand a legal review?
If you're looking for somebody with legal experience, don't look at me. I'm just a planner. Yeah, I think I may leave it there. I mean, yes, it's going to affect properties, but I hesitate to go into more detail than that.
Just would be concerned about the potential for this open-ended sort of accommodation to really gum up the works and, allow constructive change. Things could wind up sort of caught in a legal eddy pool for quite a while.
Yes, Commissioner or Vice Chair Stevenson.
Regarding bill number 2 and the proposed development plan, that was obviously a very conceptual sketch. So is there another design review step that would happen before that building proceeds?
Yeah, it would come for final design approval.
Commissioner
Sorry to
McCoach.
do this. So I've been involved with design reviews using very similar format to what exists with Charles Village. And it's effective. Did I understand that when we repeal and replace, that the department would recommend a different format for design review? And what would that be?
So there were several suggestions made by planning. There are certain operational and timing suggestions in the bill that are frankly difficult to govern. Things like foot candles of lighting and, things that are better governed under a building code. Additionally, there's within the bill, the formation of the review panel has some challenges. I noted that typically these review panels don't exist in perpetuity, and when you have a mandate to have a volunteer architect and somebody from the planning department and 11 other people on a panel, it often can be challenging for that panel to meet the minimum requirements that are set by the bill. So
is it the department's position then that the existing code and I guess requirements of DPW for maintenance and signage and lighting are adequate to enhance a really successful business district?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure.
So we have, a lot of times the design review panel will be more granular than anything that we have on the books. And that's valuable to communities. And I'm just wondering, does the department have an opinion about that level of community-based specificity?
So it's, I think, a matter of how does this get incorporated? So we have track record of difficulty where we've had past, frequently it's URPs that will say, you've got this panel of list of entities. And then over the years, that list of entities balkanizes, disappears, changes, splits, whatever. That's challenge number one. Challenge number two, we cannot assign our governmental authority to private parties. Apologies to the community that may be interested, you are not a signatory. Some URPs have referrals because we seek to have public input. We're interested in having that public input, but we have to be the we collectively being the city as well as the department. To the extent that there are clear guidelines that can be established, they can be enforced as part of the PUD that consenting property owners agree to. They're self-limiting in that way, as long as it is clear and enforceable in that way. Something like foot candles, as a planner, I don't know how to go measure that. I don't have a thing to do that with. So we would caution something that specific may be difficult to challenge. Same thing with noise issues. I think only the health department can measure that. So what may be possible by word of law, go do it, may be a challenge in some cases.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Ren?
Just have one more question regarding this property owner participation. In that area, that you know of, is there an organized group that sort of represents the property owners, or do we have to sort of talk to each property owner?
I think that question is best answered by the applicant. I'm sorry. It's my understanding that there's not like a merchants association. Whether or not the CVCA plays that role, I think they can speak to it best.
I think the councilwoman behind you may be better apt to answer that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ren? This is the last time we're going to ask it. Go for it.
The height, thank you. Do you know the height of the building across the street? Is that 3120 St. Paul from the proposed development?
The building known as 9 East 33rd Street, which is the 3201, I believe is 10 stories. I don't know the exact height.
Do you know how it compares to so taller than 80 feet, I imagine?
Yeah, I would imagine it's probably 20 or so feet taller.
Great. Councilwoman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Planning Commission members. First, I do want to say thank you so much for your service today. I know you're going to be here for a long time, and so I really do appreciate that you're here today and all of the other Thursdays that we get to be together. So thanks. Mr. Chair, it sounds like you're going to be taking us all three together. Each bill is very distinct for a reason. Just to try to minimize confusion, I will first start my testimony with the first one, which is the rezoning of the block that includes Tamber's Restaurant. Tamber's is the applicant, and the owner owns several of the other properties. Let me just back up completely and just say that there has been a lot of community engagement around this. Not just the rezoning, but the others, and I'll talk specifically about the height one in a minute. So I also know that there has been, some concern about whether or not inclusion of the rezoning of that block would be problematic for the community. It is consistent the C1 is consistent with the rest of the area. And there's an idea to, right now, because Tamber's was a nonconformance, they couldn't have outdoor dining. And so the C1 allows them to have outdoor dining, which, as all of you know, Tamber's is a staple, not just in our community, but in the city. You can't get better food, really. And so the idea with the other properties is to have, some almost like a Hamden-like feel in the rest of the block with some retail on the bottom and apartment on top. So I ask your favorable support on that bill. 23-0433, which is the height variance, and you'll probably hear more about that particular one today. This also had significant community engagement. To be honest, the development team came to the community and to us a year and a half ago with a horrific design and 8 stories. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. It was horrible. The meeting was horrible. It was horrible. And it wasn't just, it was just all around not a good meeting. And I can go into the details, but I won't. So I said to the development team, you got to start over. If you want a height variance, you're going to have to start over. And they took literally over a year to work with the community on a better design, to lower the height, and to really meet the needs of what the community was saying. One of the concerns about the building itself is, parking. Obviously, that's a very dense area. But in my review of the parking with the other buildings in the area, the parking lots aren't even being utilized. And there is RPP parking for residents, so the residents in the apartments wouldn't be able to use RPP parking. So we were able to mitigate that, and then you'll hear from the development team about some of the other changes that they made. So I do want to appreciate the community for working directly with the development team, and frankly, that wouldn't have happened without the leverage that I have. Right, as a council person. And so I'm glad that we went through that process. And in the end, we've had several meetings about this. I received a lot more positive feedback than negative feedback, so I went ahead and put in the legislation. So the last one, our favorite. The last one, now let me just say about the height variance and this last one, 23-0434. I could have done it in one bill and would have answered the issue about the development team. It was really important to me to have transparency and discussion around the height separate from all of the other discussion around the PUD. That was important to me. If one of your recommendations is to combine them, I'm not opposed. I'm just saying that I did 2 separate bills in order to have better transparency and dialogue and to separate the thoughts, basically, okay? The other piece is that this particular PUD is unique among all PUDs in the city, in that it was a community-led discussion, community-led process, and has continued to be a community-led process with design review for over 25 years. And so it was thought that, and we had this, I mean, I think we discussed this issue of major amendment, repeal and replace, at least for 6 months, to figure out what was the best way to move forward on this. And because there are so many changes, because we're keeping in a revised version of the design guidelines, we're updating the legislation to be, and the language to be consistent with transform, and adding a boundary that it was seen as a repeal and replace as opposed to a series of major amendments. And so, you know, we had a large discussion. And then so since the planning department thought it was a repeal and replace, we went ahead and notified, the applicant notified all of the owners. And let me just say that not a majority, but a good percentage of the owners are actually condo owners of the building next door. So they are not the property owners around. I mean, we have property owners around, but a lot of them were the property owners of the condos, which do not have as much interest as the actual property owners around. And many, if not all, of the property owners in the PUD boundary have been the same owners for 25 years. So we are talking about the same people that have been involved in these processes for that amount of time. So that was the other reason to move in this direction. And so I think that I just wanted to let you know kind of where our context was coming from. I understand the hesitancy, of the commission to possibly figure out the best way to move forward on this one. I just wanted to explain how we got to this point, and why we moved in this direction. And I request your favorable report for all of these. And Mr. Chair, I don't know how you want to do public testimony, but there are different people here for the different bills. So might want to organize it accordingly. I know you will.
Okay. Are there any questions for the councilwoman?
I don't know if I answered the other questions that you all had.
Commissioner Horn?
I'm still trying to see what the membership of the Charles Village Civic Association.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry about that, yes. So the Charles Village Civic Association is a community association. Ren was right that we don't have a merchants association, although we have periodically throughout the years, okay? So they have been, as a merchant association, involved. Right now, it's just not in operation. But there is nothing in the Charles Village Civic Association bylaws that says that the owners cannot participate. They absolutely can. There is also a land use committee as well as the PUD review committee that they are able to attend should they want to.
Are there any other questions for the councilwoman? All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So what we are going to do is we're going to open it up to public testimony, and what I'd like to do is actually split it up per the bill. So the first, if you are interested in talking about the rezoning of the property, please come up and speak. Then we'll move on to the PUD amendment, and then we'll move on to the PUD repeal and replace. Mr. Barry.
Al Barry, AB Associates, on behalf of the owners of the majority of the block in the 3300 block of St. Paul Street. And we started this probably 4 years ago with a discussion with the incoming council person, Ms. Ramos, to correct a mistake that was made by the previous council person, where the Planning Commission's recommendation to rezone that block C1 was ignored at the last minute by the council, and at the request of the Councilwoman Clark. We think that was a mistake. It was her prerogative to do. But the context of all of this goes back to a plan, master plan, that I did on behalf of the Charles Village Benefits Association for the greater Charles Village area. And that plan, among other successes, was to encourage the movement of Hopkins across Charles Street into St. Paul Street and the creation of a village center. It included this block in the 3300 block as an extension of what was happening further south. And as you heard, there are many amendments that have been done that have made this a success. I'm going to talk about number 3 when we get to that, because I think the staff, frankly's opinion is incorrect on this. But in terms of the findings that one would make for rezoning, this block, first of all, the context of it, it backs up to the Union Memorial parking garage. It backs up to a 10-story building that's used by Hopkins. On the north side is another Union Memorial parking garage.
If I can, real quickly, do you agree with the planning department's
Yes.
recommendation that this is a mistake?
Absolutely. They've made the right decision.
Okay, great.
So that's.
Thank you.
I'll answer any questions, but I have more to say on number 3.
Are there any questions for Mr. Barry? Thank you very much.
Okay,
John.
thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the rezoning? Please come up, let us know who you are.
Not yet. I apologize. Do you mean to say the first bill?
Yes, this is the zoning.
Above 33rd Street in a second.
So if you are interested in speaking on the rezoning bill, then please
Stay
come.
tuned. We have exciting testimony coming up next.
I can't wait. If you're interested in speaking on the rezoning bill, please come up. Are either of you speaking on the rezoning bill?
Waiting for the next one.
Are you already creating a queue for the second one? Okay. Anybody on the rezoning bill? All right, the rezoning bill public testimony is closed. Now let's move on to the PUD amendment. Mr. Schmidt.
Chairman and Commissioners, I'm Doug Schmidt with Workshop Development. I have with me Josh Neiman, MCV. We're part development team for the project. I want to thank the councilwoman because she's correct. It was a horrendous meeting, our first community meeting. We ended up having 9 different community meetings, from broad meetings to a small group that we brought into our architect's office a number of times. I know not everyone is completely happy with the changes we made, but we really worked hard to redo our business plan to accommodate the concerns of the community. And we're proud of the design, and Mr. Neiman's going to talk a little bit more about the changes we made.
Thank you, Doug. Josh Neiman, as Doug said, with MCB Real Estate. I want to thank Councilwoman Ramos for her spirited coaching of us, because it really did make for a better project, as well as planning staff, who has been fantastic to work for. I happen to have touched this PUD twice, once in sort of the 2005-ish range when I developed the building immediately to the north of this, Charles Village Lofts, which is a 5-story condo building, as well as on the team that put in the master plan to develop it was actually 11 stories of the building across the street that's known as 9 East 33rd. So Doug walked a little bit through the timeline. I want to talk about how we specifically address concerns from the neighborhood to have that. You heard about lowering the height from originally 92 feet to about 78 feet. The amenity space, one of the neighbors on Calvert Street did not like the noise that is coming from the rooftop decks of Village Lofts. So we moved all of that space to the west on the St. Paul facade. We widened the alley to 20 feet so that we can get trash collection from the rear of the site rather than from the front of the site, and have better passage. There was, on the facades, we pulled back on the back and the upper floors to create less massing so it steps back. That specifically was to address some of the concerns that some of the neighbors that you're going to hear from in a moment had about being drowned out by the light. So in doing the shadow studies, we pulled back a few feet to allow that light and air to come across. 3 more points. There is a right-of-way on the south of the building that has sort of been a community use, and we've agreed to continue to use that and frankly upgrade it so that there can be cafe seating that will be part of the streets market. We have been through several UDAP sessions, and Ren, I believe, gave final approval from the last UDAP session. And finally, I think it's critical to talk about streets market. This site, many people call it the Eddy site. Eddie's had been there for as long as I've been in Baltimore, which is 30-plus years. And it was critical to the community to have a community grocery store there. We brought Streets Market in. They have a signed lease that they will be there after the building is demo and open up a new state-of-the-art small urban-based grocery store there. So for all those reasons, I hope you'll support us, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Neiman? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the amendment to the PUD? Now you've got our interest piqued with this exciting testimony. Thank you for your interest.
Hi, dear all the planning commissioner. Can you state your name? Oh, my name is San Yu. I used to work at Hopkins University as a research scientist. Recently, things happened to me. My street, I live in a house which is less 15 feet from the new proposal building. It's so narrow from
We live in this house right here, which is adjoining to the new building. It's about 15 feet away, just the width of the alley.
Then is it less from here to
Excuse me,
here?
you've got to stay with the microphone. Sorry.
You can carry this.
This is all being recorded and everything, so you're more than welcome to walk over there.
Oh.
Just carry the microphone with you.
Then they is so close to my house because less 15 feet. But they're going to build 90 feet, which is 4 times than my house, with the the difference height. My height is only 23. They are going to build 90 feet, which is 4 times than my house. Which is totally deprive the sun from my house because the building is so narrow. Because the sample, the building is.
Can you go back to that last slide, please? One more.
There's several slides apart, and so we have to
Oh.
go there, stand by.
So this is your house right here?
Yeah.
Behind.
Where the arrow.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the alley that
Yeah.
I think Mr. Neiman said it was 20 feet?
14, less 15 feet.
Okay, so it's 15 feet now.
Because in the old design, my house is totally different from the rest house because my house wide stick out. Even 2 cars cannot pass by each other. How narrow is it? Even cannot pass by each other. Then right now, it's so high. How do I got the sun? Then I talked to them many times. I said, you cannot do that. And another thing, I live on the 32nd Street. Close my another side of 32nd Street, the same street. They build so reasonable. They build called setback, which setback is about 25 feet deep, and 37 feet long. Let the sun into the resident house. But I talk to them. Special talk. I say, please think about. Also, I put my lifetime, over 20 years, at Hopkins as a research. Finally, because probably I work so hard, maybe work with something, I got cancer. Got lung cancer, and got thyroid cancer. Recently, recurrency at my thyroid. The doctor special told me, because you have osteoporosis, means that because the surgery caused me have less bone density. You need a sun. When I heard that, I say I have severely trouble. Even the sun, I stay all day in the dark, because no sun in, because 4 times higher than me and so narrow. Another high building totally block my house, totally block the sun to my building. Then,
Thank you very much.
no, I have more.
Okay.
No, very fast, very fast.
Thank you.
I come here.
If you can, if you stay at the podium, that would be great. Because that way, there's cameras that are also filming you, so that's perfect. Thank you.
Dear all the commissioner, I cannot live dark house without even one bit sun. Rest of my life until I die, because no sun. Dear commissioner, deeply appreciate you. That's one I want to talk to all the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, would you like to add anything?
I would. Thank you very much.
Tell us who you are.
My name is Raymond Yu. I am her son. And I would like to just add a few comments, not on behalf of some of the other neighbors who are not able to make it today, but have memorialized in their comments to the commission, which I hope that you guys will receive. I thank the commission very much for the recommendation. I agree very much with Ms. Souther's assessment of the procedural due process defects. And I'd like to note that there has been assertions that the community review, essentially community reviews acts for in a PUD as a substitute for what would otherwise be a stringent set of variance ordinances. You would have to show something like extraordinary circumstance or compelling justification. By introducing this bill, I don't think it should be used as a way to circumvent the underlying zoning code. That's the feeling that I get from this bill, is that it is a way to basically get around those, what would otherwise be a very high legal threshold to meet. I would also note that they discuss giving mailings to adjoining landowners and also publication in the Charles Village newspaper. I believe the code requires publication in a newspaper of general circulation, and I don't think that the Charles Village newspaper, which is called the Charles Villager, meets those requirements. It's
I'm pretty sure all we need to do is post the property.
yeah.
The newspaper requirement is a council rule, so that's going to be a legislative reference, but not for planning commission.
Okay.
So for this hearing, all that is required to advertise this public hearing is a posting of the property, which I believe in our Wix page, the property was properly posted. Hence, that's why we can have this hearing.
Sure.
But in terms of the council, I think you have a legitimate question to raise.
I'll be brief.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I could just add on the PUD, I believe the newspaper posting requirement, I want to say it's 15 days, but I'm certain it's no greater than 30 days. So at least 30 days before a city council hearing is scheduled for this, it will be required to be posted in the newspaper. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think
Thank you
what,
for that.
what the speaker's saying is it needs to be posted in a newspaper of general circulation, not necessarily the Charles Village Times, whatever it's
Sure,
called.
sure. Oh, overall, I'd just like to challenge the assertion that there has been an active intent to engage with the community. As we are the closest adjoining landowner to this new development, we're obviously right behind it, just 15 feet away. And never once have I received any notice, in my mail about any step of the design review. There has been one woman here, her name is Carol. She's taken the role of actively leading the community just through word of mouth and an email list that she's developed. And that is how I get my notifications for when meetings are held. Other than that, I've never received a direct mail notice or anything put in my mailbox with regard to at least the concept plan or any other stage of the design review process. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening to my mother.
Are there any, of course, are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the PUD amendment, which, correct me if I'm wrong, the PUD amendment is amending the height for this block for this part of the PUD from 68 feet to 80 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, for the parcels known as 3115 and 3119 and 3121, essentially,
Yes, yeah, I think you got it, but it's, the current height that's permitted is 68 feet, and now with this amendment, it would be 80 feet.
correct.
Okay. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on behalf of the PUD amendment? Okay. This is the height one.
This is the community leader I was referencing.
The notorious.
Is that how we should officially recognize you as Notorious Carol?
Might as well.
And let the record reflect that Notorious Carol is now.
Loved. Hello, planning commissioners.
Please tell
Frankly-
us your real name so that we don't
Pardon me?
actually refer to you
my
as
real
Notorious
name is Carol Anderson Ostra. I live on the corner of 31st Street and St. Paul. My address is 3047 St. Paul Street. I'm a landscape architect. I spent 20 years working for the Army Corps of Engineers. So now I'm retired and I do little pansies. But I used to do 250 miles of river, 8 square miles, 40,000 acres. I worked for the Pentagon Memorial. I was the project manager. I worked for the Korean ambassador. So I have been around the block. And my concern is that here we have somehow narrowed this project down to the building design. Really, the neighborhood wasn't so interested in the building design. We're interested in the height. And the reason is that we have, on 33rd Street in St. Paul, there's that big tall building. And the PUD worked with those folks a lot, set back the top couple stories and this and that. And then we have the lofts, which are like 5 stories. And then we have the 3100 block, which we consider a transition block because the 33rd Street buildings are kind of like the Charles Village downtown. And so then it steps down to the lofts. And we believe that that block, that 3100 block, is sort of a friendly, villagey block. It has all these little shops and restaurants and things like that. And you come there and it's low. We don't mind if it's a little higher. That's why there was not a lot of interest when people first said, the developers first said they were going to replace Eddie's. Well, Eddie's, those buildings were ugly. They're little. Everyone thought, oh, that'll be an improvement. But they never mentioned 8 stories, of course. And here's the first thing they sent out. Well, we had a building with the PUD committee, the design review committee, which I am on. Sandy was on this Zoom meeting. I was, Joe Rexing, Matthew Mosca,
and Peter Duval, who's on the Land Use Committee. Now, here's just an interesting side point. Guess who is the chair of the Land Use Committee, the PUD, and the sole editor of the Charles Villager? Talk about notorious. That's Sandy Sparks. I think we don't have a diverse representation. And actually, when we get to it, I would ask for all people who live close to well, we need a little rim on this podium, don't we? Or else I need more hands. Thank you, Rin. Of course. So when we get down to it, I would like for people here to identify whether they live within one block
Okay.
of this.
Let's just focus on yours.
Okay.
Let's not ask the audience.
Okay,
Just
it's
provide us
important.
with you.
However, this it replicates a process that we went through on 33rd Street where a bunch of bicycle enthusiasts, and I love bicycle trails, but they had a terrible plan to run down the median on 33rd Street. Well, they didn't ask the neighbors. What they had was a bunch of bikers from Bethesda. Okay, that's why I'm saying what we need here is a weighted decision matrix. So I live really close. These people live really close. Do they outweigh people who live 5 blocks away, 10 blocks away? I would say so. The people who live further away don't have the same weight, as far as I'm concerned. And what I'm really concerned about, basically, is to broaden this out. You've probably noticed that in their sales pitches for the new harbor design, which is fairly gross, inappropriate, and for the Charles Village design, they use the exact same arguments. We have to make it high so that we make a profit. Well, are we considering this development as something for the community, or just a greased pipeline from Hopkins to this developer for student housing, which is not necessarily required? Okay, this will bring a lot of people in, and a lot of traffic, a lot of noise, and I'll say also, the first notice, they said there was a robust public involvement thing. Well, that was me. I spent hundreds of dollars on flyers. Some of the flyers that I sent, I copied this article from the Brew, distributed that, and here are a couple packages of, Ren, I need your hands, maybe. These are some of the flyers that I printed and people helped pass out. What did the developer pass out? So they were supposed to give it to the people around that proposed project area. Okay, this is what they printed up. I don't know how many. Sandy could probably tell you. But it wasn't many, and I didn't get one. Raymond didn't get one. And I found this under a car tire in the street. Okay, they did not, it's got tire tracks on it. So this is their kind of public involvement. Another thing, why they keep saying there's a robust thing, and I think Sandy has listed all this public involvement stuff. Well, she doesn't say what happened at those things. They said that one meeting was terrible. We thought it was great, frankly. But when she lists all the public involvement things, she doesn't say what the date was, how many people were there, and what was the outcome. This little meeting with the tire tracks on it, we had by Eddie's. I asked Sandy how many people attended. She said 13. Well, I brought 8 of those people. So this was not well publicized at all. I mean, and that's my one of my big problems with this whole thing is that it smacks too much of MCB. I mean, they've got the same profit-driven thing, not something that's better for the community. And when you do planning, of course, I'm a planner. It has to be based on honesty, transparency, right, collaboration, and of course, creativity. Those things did not happen with this project. And especially, I mean, I can tell you honesty. Poor Doug doesn't know what honesty is, I don't think.
All right, if I could ask you.
Okay,
No,
all right,
no,
thank you.
No snarky remarks. Let's just
All right, okay.
focus on the.
All right, my middle name isn't snarky, it's drainage. And
Notorious Drainage Carol.
well, what? Well, I always tell people that because I work for the Corps of Engineers. It's all about water. And when I have private clients now, I always say, do you have water problems? They say, everybody has water problems. So I'll try not to be snarky. But you will notice the similarities between the MCB approach to how they're selling these things. It isn't for the good.
This is one application, ma'am. Let's just focus on this
All right.
application, please.
Okay. Okay, one of my mottos is a good process leads to a good product. I don't think that this has been a good process. I don't think it's been honest. It hasn't been transparent. And I think we need to broaden it out and basically start over. When the UDAP meeting met the woman architect, she said, it's a good start. I agreed with her. Now, she did think that the neighbors' inputs to this project had led to an ugly building, and they did improve the looks of the building. But it's still too tall. There's no reason for that. Al Berry was in the first PUD or something. He said, and that's when they decided on the 5-story limit. And I said, what was the rationale? And why is it different now? We still want this block to be a transition between those tall buildings on 33rd down to our 3-story brick, typical Charles Village buildings. And I think that would alleviate a lot of our problems. But as I say, they're focused totally on profit, not on the benefits to the community. And I hope that we will start over.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you
Are there
so
any
much.
questions for the speaker? Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the, come on up. We got 2 of you. Start a queue. You're next, sir. Yes. Hi.
Well, I am Sandy Sparks. And I've been, and I've come before this commission for over 30 years. And I must say that this last set of bills that I've been involved in have been very discouraging in the process. I want to speak to the information, the misinformation that has been presented to you. I'm a stickler for following the process that we've established over 25 years for this North Charles Village PUD. And we have a set of routines. We start with the involvement of the near neighbors. So that meeting, which I called more than 2 years ago, yeah, there were 13 people, but the people in the block, around the block, got a paper flyer notice. That was our routine. So the people who were interested showed up. Many of the properties along Calvert Street that back up to it are rental properties. The owners are not especially interested. That's probably a very great generalization, but that's the honest truth. And Carol is a property owner adjoining across 30th Street, so she would have been considered within that ring. And we went from there. So the next step would have been the meeting that was at Union Memorial that was horrible.
It was great.
And it was intended to be for the near neighbors to see, to reveal of the project. Again, our process that I do with the PUD and the Charles Village Land Use is to involve the near neighbors first. Well, it was hijacked because Carol went to the Waverly Farmers Market and distributed flyers, so people came from all over to this meeting. And it was impossible. There was no back and forth. It was just it was horrendous. Anyway, enough of that. This project, I think, has gone through a very good process in that frequently the PUD committee has seen the initial plans are not great. They need further work. It's the nature of building. And those first drawings, of course, were to show the space, the massing. Well, it's very hard for people who are not architects to understand that. They look at it as a finished product. Well, it wasn't, and it was, pretty basic, and it was. Anyway, the major concern all along for the PUD would have been how the building integrates with the surrounding buildings and streetscape. So it's much to the credit that a lot of consideration by Doug Schmidt and the architects was to make it attractive on all four sides, to step back, to relate to the surrounding buildings, to, very important, widen that alley because it's very congested, to add 5 feet. So they've stepped their property, the property will be built 5 feet off of the property line. And also how the garage works, how the 32nd Street will interface with retail, half of it retail to the St. Paul end. The residential end will be toward the alley to the backside.
So I can assume you support the proposal?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think it's been very carefully thought out, and I think we will have a very high-functioning building there, replacing 2 buildings that were very poor and, outmoded and whatever. So, yes, I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, you can't ask questions of a speaker. Okay? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Starnes. I live in South Baltimore. I'm here to speak in favor of the PUD in Charles Village. The increase in density is tied to quite a few of the city's goals, as well as the Planning Commission's goals, and even the statewide MDOT goals, and such as increasing transit access and affordability. In addition, denser housing has an impact on things like affordability, things like reducing amounts of traffic. So rather than what we've kind of heard today about, well, an increase in density would translate into more traffic and negative impacts on the local area around the PUD. In fact, I'd actually decrease traffic and increase the quality of life. I want to speak to the procedural concerns that have been highlighted today. There's no statutory reason that a few people should have veto power over other people's housing, and it's frankly it's fairly undemocratic. And I think we should be concerned about not granting this based on procedural concerns that may not be truly valid. And lastly, I want to highlight the connection between density and the quality of the neighborhood. It's very important that local areas have enough housing density to support private businesses. We mentioned a few minutes ago that well, we like this local business, we like that local business. Well, they can't stay in business without new housing that supports both new and existing Baltimore City residents. So it's really important that we grant PUDs like this that are totally in line with the community character. I don't know if anyone pointed out, but we're actually in a more than 8-story building right now, and it's perfectly fine. So I think this is not generally out of line with the character of Baltimore City, which is a dense urban area, and should be granted without more procedural concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Yes, Vice Chair Stevenson.
I like your shirt. Do you, are you representing yourself or are you representing a particular organization?
So I'm a member of YIMBY Action, but I'm just speaking on behalf of myself today.
Okay, and you did mention South Baltimore.
Yes.
Did you engage with any residents of this particular neighborhood, or are there any residents that are part of your organization?
So I don't know the exact membership count from Charles Village, but what I can say is this denser area would be the kind of thing that would attract me. And I would also say that, if I did take a job in Charles Village, I would want to live there. And I don't have that option at present if there were, if this PUD wasn't granted. And I would also say that as a young person, it's very concerning the increase in housing prices and the lack of available Class A housing. Baltimore actually has less than a 3% vacancy rate on Class 3 apartments. So it is very important that we still continue to develop new properties that are denser and provide people more options, and that kind of filters into other socioeconomic problems like homelessness and family instability for people of lower socioeconomic status.
But to be clear, this project doesn't specifically have any, include any affordable housing, so.
And that is true, but it's important to think about the higher density actually has lower costs associated with it. So a denser development will filter into housing prices eventually, and we see that with single-family properties being more expensive than like a multifamily property.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the second of the two bills, which is related to the, yes,
Hi. Good afternoon.
afternoon.
I'm going to be speaking on behalf of myself. My name is Katie Venanzi and Brent Badurka here, okay? I have a statement that I would like to read.
Please.
Okay. Okay. We are lifelong residents of Baltimore and have been residents of Charles Village for 20 years. We reside in the 3100 block of North Calvert Street, which is directly behind the proposed development. This building would directly affect us. We oppose CCB 230433 for the following reasons. Regarding maximum building height, the developer is proposing to demolish 2 existing buildings that are currently 2 stories at a height of 24 feet and build an 8-story, 78-foot tall apartment building with ground level retail units. We are adamantly opposed to allowing the developer to exceed the 68-foot maximum building height that is specified in the city ordinance for the underlying zoning area in C1. The developer has given no reasonable argument as to why they cannot abide by the ordinance that was decided for this commercial area and for which others are bound to comply. The proposed building at this height will effectively alter the character of the neighborhood. Regarding the character of the neighborhood, the staff report claims that the 2 existing buildings, quote, are unremarkable in their architectural character. Then the report continues, quote, it could be stated they do not currently they do not currently contribute in a meaningful way to the character for the neighborhood. These statements are incorrect. The existing 2 buildings are remarkable in their architectural character because of their relation to the adjacent buildings in the same block. These buildings are integral to the character of this block because they provide continuity in height, scale, and building materials, and they serve to adjoin the rest of the block together into one continuous strip. Most Charles Villagers consider this quintessential block to be the heart of Charles Village. This block was the first commercial block in the neighborhood and serves as an anchor to the neighborhood's business district. All of these buildings in this block contribute to the character of the neighborhood. When residents of Baltimore think about Charles Village, this picturesque block with its quaint row of little storefronts is the first thing that comes to mind. None of the current buildings in this block are over 3 stories in height. In stark contrast, the proposed 8-story building would greatly diminish the rest of the block in both height and bulk. Its modern architectural style would break with the continuity of the block, and it would be meaningfully out of character with the remaining buildings in this block. Regarding parking, the developer is proposing to provide only 36 to 38 underground parking spaces for the building's 135 apartment units. The developer claims they studied the parking demand of similar neighboring residential buildings and determined that parking demand was far less than the bed count. No official independent, transparent studies have been done to determine the number of parking spaces that will be required by the proposed apartment building. The city planning staff are taking the developer's word that they have done adequate studies. A representative of the developer claimed at a public forum that we attended that in doing research, they quote, looked in the parking garage of the apartment building across the street, end quote, from the proposed building and found it to be, quote, nearly empty, end quote. However, such observations are not reliable. For example, it is important to know when these observations were made. A majority of college students from Johns Hopkins and other surrounding universities return home or go on vacation during certain times of the year. The developer has not taken into account parking spaces required for visitors of the residence either. An underestimate of parking demand will cause lack of available street parking for other residents in the neighborhood and people that visit the surrounding businesses. A representative of the developer said at a public forum that it would be more cost-effective for them to provide a conservative amount of parking spaces rather than provide too much, which he said would waste money in extra building construction. However, it would be more logical to provide more parking spaces than what is needed. And it would be difficult, if not impossible, for the developer to increase the number of parking spaces after the garage and the building is constructed. Regarding equity, the staff report claims that, quote, added housing is intended to serve university students, which may reduce demand of other nearby rental units, end quote. A representative of the developer said at a public forum that the price point for renting apartment units in the proposed building would start at approximately $2,500 for a studio apartment and go up from there for the proposed 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom planned apartments. The projected rent is currently about $1,000 more than renting a studio apartment in the surrounding neighborhood from a private landlord in Charles Village. This is not equity for low-income students. The higher rent prices may influence private landlords in the area to actually raise rents of their rental properties, which would hurt all low-income renters, not just students. And finally, regarding the setback and public safety. The rear side of the proposal building is planned to be built right up to the edge of Hargrove Street, as we've heard today from other testifiers. This lack of setback is a threat to public safety and to the safety of its residents. Fire trucks and ambulances will have a difficult time passing through or navigating in this narrow street, which is actually really an alley. Trucks loading in the rear will block emergency vehicles and other vehicles trying to pass. The existing building is set back 25 feet from Hargrove Street. And yet there is a history of garbage and delivery trucks causing damage to the corner house and vehicles parked on the corner of Hargrove and East 32nd Street. Allowing this building to be built directly along the roadway without adequate setback will cause even more damage to property than the existing building caused. We strongly urge the commission to reject this proposed bill. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question for the speaker, but I've heard testimony about the 5-foot setback or the alley being widen 5 feet, is that gonna be in the PUD documents or in a separate agreement, to your knowledge?
It's my understanding that that would be part of the final design approval, because we're looking then at building floor plans. Things may still change based on, and this might be a question for the applicant. I believe you've been through SPRC, is that? No, okay. So a site plan review committee will be required for this. So some of those loading and access conversations happen at that point. So while the building has satisfied design review requirements, there are still some other technical reviews at site plan and landscape that may shift the footprint of the building.
What is the parking requirement for the site?
C1 is exempt.
Thank you. Next speaker. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the second? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please, come on up. This is on the height, the PUD amendment for increasing height from 68 to 80 feet.
Hi, I'm Michael Fallon, and I own a home in the 3000 block of St. Paul. I just want to say that, you know, the subtext here, it seems to me, is that once you have the height variance on this building, what about all of those buildings in the 3100 block? I mean, could that block could all be behemoth? I mean, in other words, doesn't this make the next change, the next developer that wants to build a higher building, the work's all done for him. The argument's been made. It seems to me that it could lead dominoes. The rest of the buildings are going to fall like dominoes. I mean, I would like some reassurance that's not going to happen. And also, the question of population density is important. For instance, since I live on St. Paul and in the 3000 block, people who live in the neighborhood know that twice a week there's street cleaning, and you can only park on one side of the street. So that means like 20-some cars, about 25 cars, can't park there anymore. And when you have that 2 mornings a week, every time, I mean, most of the day, if you drive up and down St. Paul, you notice that those parking spaces are filled. I mean, there are only so many places where that many cars can go. And if you add just a few more cars, 3 or 4 more cars, parking in our block can displace people that live there. And also, if you don't give the Hopkins students who are planning to live in that apartment building a local permits, they're just going to get tickets when they park on the street. They're going to get towed away to the impounding lot. I mean, that's crazy. How long is that going to go on before Hopkins says, hey, wait a minute, this has got to change? I mean, in other words, there are all kinds of other issues that this raises. And people talk about population density being good. Well, it's good if you provide for those people, but if you don't, it isn't. And there are all kinds of other things that must be, we've got to think about here. But to us, people that live in Charles Village and have lived there for years, I mean, we've lived in our house for 30 years or more. People say, oh, well, you have to change. You have to be willing to change. It's not that we're not willing to change. It depends on what way we're going to change. And you can see about the rest of us who live in Charles Village, especially the 3000 block, this is ominous. It raises our hackles. We're afraid of what's going to happen after this. Not just this, but the precedent it sets. So that's why people are upset. That's why we had meetings where people are angry because, first of all, we don't feel we've been fully allowed to participate in the process. And we haven't, the advertising for these events, I mean, what's wrong with giving people notice at the farmer's market and letting them know about this? Is it better if they don't? If they don't know? I mean, how can that be better? We're talking about democratic. Is it democratic to keep it quiet? I mean, to have all more troublesome people show up and be upset? Is that, we don't want that, no. I'm only saying that, first of all, the way this has been done is worrisome. And people in the neighborhood are upset for a lot of reasons that I've just enumerated. And I don't think you can blame us either.
Thank you.
I've said mine.
Any questions? Hold on a second, sir. Sir?
Oh, it's not so much a question, but a comment on the testimony. Sir, I appreciate the testimony, and I certainly can appreciate parking concerns, considering I represent the South Baltimore Peninsula. So I'm not sure there's an hour of the day that goes by that I don't talk about parking concerns. But for staff, what's the ratio of parking here that we're talking about?
It's exempt.
It's exempt, but there,
Are you asking how many beds per park? So the proposal is, I think, 140 or so units, and we've heard approximately 34 spaces
Okay.
from the developer. That's still in flux. Those aren't
Sure.
hard numbers, but C1 is exempt.
Got it. Okay, that's very helpful. So that's a ratio of about 4.5 beds to 1. If I'm not mistaken, that's a considerable improvement from the project at 9 East 33rd Street, which I think is a ratio of 10 to 1. But I just wanted to kind of have that as a frame of reference for what else has been built in the area. But that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the second bill before us on the PUD amendment? Seeing none, I'll close that public hearing. The third public hearing, or the third public testimony, would be on the proposed repeal and replace of the Charles Village PUD. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on that? How is this what?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg, Martin, Greenberg. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know, but that's for y'all to decide. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Hecker.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I represent the developer of the bill in the major change to the PUD, not the Charles
One
Village
that's
Civic.
closed.
The one,
The
yes,
public
the one that you
hearing
just
that's
closed.
closed. Okay,
So
just
just to be
wanted to
clear, that's my client. I don't represent the Charles Village Civic Association, but I wanted to offer a couple of thoughts about the procedural issues that have been raised.
Yes.
In my mind, it's a little bit of form over substance. As I understand it, and I think the concerns originated in the law department, that where you have a repeal and replace, it's functionally acting as a new PUD because you're repealing and replacing both the development plan, the sheets, and the text of the bill. And so it's acting as if it's a whole new PUD. As a practical matter, you could replace the development plan in one bill and the text of the PUD in another bill in two separate major changes and go through the notice requirements that were available for major changes versus having to get the affirmative consent of all of the owners within the PUD that you have to have if it's a totally new PUD. This is a really unique situation, as Councilwoman Ramos pointed out earlier. It's the only PUD in the city that was established by a community association and has been managed and run by a community association for the last almost 30 years. So it's in a little bit of a different situation than other PUDs. I mean, I think in my mind, a solution to this would be to sort of leave the repeal and replace alone, and you could do two new bills that would accomplish exactly the same thing. One replacing the development plan, and the other, which would include the new boundaries that are being established and would incorporate the development plan that's being adopted in 23-433. And then you would do a second bill that would address the text amendments that would include the design review guidelines and those items that exist in some form in the current PUD and are really just being adjusted in this one. I offer this just sort of as a potential solution. I don't know that there is a way to do it to salvage this bill and address the law department's comments, but I think it could be solved through two different bills that could proceed expeditiously through the city council.
I think the councilwoman had said for transparency, they separated these out into two separate bills. For the transparency reason. I think in all good intentions, but unfortunately, there is this problem
This
that's come
result
up.
is- right.
And just so everybody understands, this commission is a recommending body back to the council on all three of these bills. We are not the final determinant of any of these actions. So we will make a recommendation back to the city council. The city council can do what they want with that recommendation. I think the councilwoman's here. She's heard all this public testimony. The commission will make a recommendation. The council may turn around and say, "The hell with that, we're doing it." Or the council may say, "You know what, there were some really good points there. Let's do X, Y, and Z." So I think that the third amendment, or the third bill that's before us is probably on shaky ground as it is right now. That's my own personal opinion, but I think it could be corrected in a relatively easy manner. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barry? Brevity is king here.
I won't go into the 30-year or more, almost 30-year history on this, but I do think the staff, it was mentioned earlier that it was in their opinion that this bill had some problem with procedural issues, and we've addressed these. I think Ms. Hecker is right. This is not a repeal and replace in the sense that Mr. Tizo sort of argued that it had to be interpreted that way. I'd like to think it could be fixed. Frankly, Cross Keys had a major amendment to their PUD. They didn't get everybody's approval. And you could call it one thing, but certainly the changes there were much more substantive than the changes we're talking about here. When we started this process with the city, we got into this Kafka sort of logic. The city said, this is before some of your staff was involved in it, well, you have to bring it, if you're going to do something, you have to bring it into context with the new zoning code, definitions of uses. We have new design review standards, all this. So we were told to do that. So we worked with Hopkins, we worked with the community, we worked with my own property owners, and we said, fine. It's worked well for over 25 years. It's been a success. Anybody that lives in that area, some people may not like the new building, but it's been a success. It created a village center. The design review process has worked very well. I'm sorry, planning doesn't think it's needed, but I think it's worked well, and there's no reason. So I would say, rather than disapprove this, I would say and hopefully the commission can have some comments that have the staff and the law department and us work on getting it right.
So I'm not saying anybody's disapproving anything. But real quickly, how was this posted? Was this posted? Was it posted as a repeal and replace?
We were asked to post 3 signs, 33rd, St. Paul, and 34th, for
this
both
bill.
the PUD and the rezoning. So for what we were asked to do, I don't know what other posting there was, but we put up 3 sets of signs just for that portion of it, the extension.
Just for my own edification, on those posts, what did it say about the PUD?
Said repeal and replace.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sparks.
Thank you. And
Reintroduce yourself. For
Sandy Sparks, the chair of the North Charles Village PUD Committee, Design Review Committee. And I've been the chair since probably 98. A long, long time. And I also chair the Charles Village Land Use Committee. I've chaired that for more than 5 years.
the commission accepts your expert qualifications. Come on. Brevity is king.
Thank you. And yes, it is all one big ball of wax. I will confess to that. But I believe that's to our benefit in that I have been super diligent in informing people about what this is all about. Because through the Charles Villager, which has a circulation of 5,500 issues to the general neighborhood and area around North Baltimore. This has been, in the last year, hugely frustrating because we set out simply to update the PUD language, which was from '96, which was woefully out of date. It also did not include any Transform Baltimore references, our code requirements. And, you know, maybe I was naive. I sure didn't picture this as a replacement. It was simply an update. And we have had a fantastic committee all these years. Matt Mosca is a part of it, all those years. I mean, we have pros who are involved. We don't have people who just say, I like this, I don't like it. They have a reason, they participate. The planning departments had a representative on that committee, Hopkins, the neighbors in Oakenshaw, that's why Matthew Mosca's on it, and Abel, Homewood, which is the Greenway. And so, and their owners, anyway. So it's very representational. So I am
You're in support of the proposed,
absolutely, because I have not been informed, I've not had one conversation with Eric Tiso.
I just wanted to make sure that we got that on the record, that you're supporting the proposed
Yes.
modifications. whether
Yes,
they be-
because I don't think we want to put the North Charles Village PUD out of business.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the third of the proposed amendments? Please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It's just a
Introduce
matter of.
yourself.
I'm sorry, my name is Raymond Yu. I spoke at the previous bill. Just as a practical matter, this bill under consideration right now does have an impact on the adjoining landowners, even though they are excluded from the boundaries of the PUD. And because they have this impact, like for example, the building that we just discussed, that creates a peril for which people who are outside the PUD are unable to remedy. For example, if someone did not have light and they wanted to create a rooftop deck to plant their plants because they would die from the shade ordinarily, they would have to jump through the extraordinary hurdles of getting that through the underlying zoning code. So I feel that the way the PUD is structured now, it creates perils for which it's not held accountable. And that's why I, for that and other reasons, do not support this bill.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the third proposed amendment? Thank you. That public hearing is closed. Okay, I leave it up to the commission discussion deliberation. Let's take them one at a time, starting off with the rezoning. This is City Council Bill 23-0432, rezoning of 3301 St. Paul Street and 3311 through 3327 St. Paul Street. Can you please go back to your end slide on that particular
Sorry, did you want the recommendation or the
Yeah.
amendments?
recommendation?
Okay.
Okay? So planning has put forth in their staff report, a recommendation with findings of facts and amendments, proposed amendments. Any questions or comments, discussion from the commission?
I thought this one was relatively straightforward, with my only reservation being the one resident homeowner that it seems like we didn't have feedback from. But generally, I thought that this one was
Is
amenable.
that a motion?
Unless there's any other discussion, I'll motion to approve the first bill.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to second.
Okay, so we have Vice Chair Stevenson, and that is for approval of the, or recommendation of approval for the rezoning consistent with the findings of facts and the amendments as proposed in the staff report. Mr. Secretary, you call roll.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Eric Costello,
Approved.
Lee Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin, Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Approve.
and Sean Davis.
Recuse. Now, second one, which is the modification to the PUD for the increase of height from 68 feet to 80 feet. It is Council Bill 230433, Planning and Development Amendment, North Charles Village, for the purpose of approving certain amendments to the development plan of the North Charles Village Plan Unit Development. Can you bring that one up? That was just that was this one, but were there any, what were the amendments that you were proposing?
From 90 to 80?
The amendments on this one had to do with the revised sheet. The way that the bill was submitted, sheet 3 of 4 preliminary build-out had a height of 90 feet, which, following design review, we felt was not necessary.
So it was revised to 80 feet, and your amendment is to include that sheet, which is
Correct.
dated December something, as opposed to the one that said 90 feet.
Correct.
And then these two other
They're just,
modifications.
yeah, functional to make sure that the text in the bill aligns with the development plan.
Discussions, deliberations amongst the commission.
So, Mr. Chair, I do have some pause with this one. It seems to me that the intent of the PUD was for any, future exceptions to the underlying height restrictions to be tied to the design of said building. So it seems more appropriate to me for that final decision to be tied to the final design review as opposed to us, opening up a window now for an 80-foot building without support of the neighbors and without, seeing the details of the final design.
Other comments, questions?
What's the rationale that it's tied to the design review as opposed to just?
My understanding, based on how it was explained, is that the PUD doesn't have a specific height restriction. It references the design of the said building. Did I understand that correctly?
So the current development plan within the PUD doesn't propose any specific height for this building, which means that the height is reliant on the underlying zoning of 68 feet. The revised sheet is the way that height can occur. So
So it's the cart before the horse kind of a thing. Right now, the zoning says you're permitted 68, and in order to get to 80, they got to amend the PUD. And so the plans can't really be approved for 80 until the PUD is amended to 80.
Correct.
Period. Otherwise, they're stuck with 68. Fair?
Fair.
Okay.
Was that how the other heights, correct, Ren, so the other buildings, that like the 33rd building, that was amended, or the height is established in the development plan sheet?
Correct. And then via the amendment in 2007, I can't remember the exact bill number, that height was amended through this exact same major amendment process. So there was more height allowed. The development plan was changed, and that building got built.
But you said 2003 was changed for the block north of 33rd Street. 2007, it was for the block south of 33rd Street, right? And now it's for the height. And then there were a bunch of minor amendments to the PUD since then.
The 03 amendment was to the boundary of the PUD.
Okay.
So some additional buildings were included. And then the 07 amendment was for the height.
Okay. So that's how those were approved, as the PUD was amended to permit those heights. And I think you're following the same process the PUD is amended to permit this height.
Exactly.
Does that help? So, is there a motion?
As I'm taking notice of, I'm looking at like a sun map for even this area and the block north of 32nd Street with the 5-story, those village lofts that, for better or for worse, have a shadow on the adjoining property. And so functionally, for shadow purposes, 5 stories versus 7 or 8 stories has a shadow on properties during some hours of the day.
I agree with you that we have a lot of the same concerns even with the 68-foot building.
Mr. Chair, did I hear Ren say there was UDAP approval?
The building has been through the Urban Design and Architecture Advisory Panel, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, my observation from a form-based perspective
is with 90-foot buildings across St. Paul Street or 70-foot buildings, the multifamily is across the street, and to the south, the 5-story lofts. I actually think that a 68-foot height building would actually serve as a very good transition down to the heights of the streets south of this area. I think the proposals, both the last one and this one, are very consistent with the goal of creating a village center that has to have some critical mass. I sure wish they would enforce the parking more effectively, because driving down St. Paul's a pain in the ass. But on the whole, in fact, I think it's a very good infill from a form-based perspective.
All right, so those are 3 comments. So is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the staff recommendation and the recommended amendments, and so move to approve. That makes sense.
Motion to approve the staff report with amended, or recommended amendments.
I'll second.
Wait a second, you made it, he
Well, he
seconded it.
corrected me.
He
I
clarified
stole it.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been seconded. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Marcia Collins,
Approve.
Eric Costello,
Approve.
Lee Horn,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
Eric Stevenson,
Oppose.
Sean Davis.
Approve. And then finally, we have City Council Bill 230434, which is the Plan Unit Development Repeal and Replace North Charles Village. I don't think we should spend a little hell of a lot of time debating the pros and cons. Any questions or comments? I mean, this is all going to go back to the commission or to the council for their, so.
Yeah, I was initially on the fence based on the staff recommendation, but Ms. Hecker's thoughts about the form over substance.
I'm sorry, I changed my vote on the last one. I said approved, I should have said recused. I'm sorry, forgive me. Okay, sorry.
Right. Yeah, I think the form over substance argument, I guess the law department, I looked online, hasn't weighed in yet, and I feel comfortable, yeah, it's a gray area in my mind, and the law department will weigh in if it cannot be approved for formal legal sufficiency. So, but on the merits, from a planning perspective, recognize the community's will to repeal and replace and update the PUD. So for that reason, would recommend approval and going against the staff recommendation and recommending to approve, voting to approve.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Williams to not accept the staff recommendation for disapproval of the repeal and replace, and instead to approve the proposed repeal and replace ordinance that's been presented to us.
Mr. Chair, I also was compelled by Ms. Hecker's testimony, and I do believe that while there may be a discussion over the legality of that, this isn't necessarily the appropriate forum for that. The law department will have an opportunity to weigh in through the normal agency comments process to the city council ordinance, as they always do, in front of the council at the Economic and Community Development Committee. And I do think it is more about substance and the will of the larger community here. So I think very similarly to my colleague, Commissioner Williams, so I'd like to second his motion.
May I make a comment before we vote? For what it's worth, I was also compelled by Ms. Hecker. But in the staff report, it noted that the repeal and replace included all kinds of things, including prohibited uses, and that was a long presentation, but I don't recall us getting into that level of detail. So, what are we even voting on here?
I think we're, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Yeah, I think we're following through on what our obligation is to make a recommendation to the city council. I mean, I know that sounds very elementary, but I think we're making sure that we had the hearing, we did our due diligence, we've debated the issue, and I think we're just saying what the vote is as a whole in terms of that recommendation. But I also recognize your point, what is it that we're debating?
I feel like we debated the validity of the proposal, but not the proposal itself.
Right, we didn't talk about any substance. There was no substance in terms of the definition changes to modify it to transform or any of the specific language. We were much more at the 30,000-foot level talking about, you know, the procedural aspects of this. I guess my own personal interpretation of this is the law department will weigh in on this bill at council. We know that's going to happen as part of every council bill. So I think the intent of what is being done is very well intentioned. I mean, I think the community, the Charles Village Civic Association, with the councilwoman, you know, is trying to bring the PUD up to speed to current standards. That's all great. We're getting stuck on a procedural issue, and I would suggest that we rather send it back to the council and let them debate the details of both the procedural and the details. That would be my input for whatever it's worth. So we have a motion that's been seconded. Mr. Secretary, will you call roll?
Robin Allen.
Could you restate the,
Yeah.
The motion that was made and seconded was to not accept the planning department's recommendation of disapproval. Instead, to recommend approval of the PUD repeal and replace.
I'll go with approval of that
Okay.
recommendation.
Marcia Collins.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Lee Horn.
Disapprove. I want to go with the planning department's recommendation.
Claudia Jolin.
Disapprove.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Disapprove.
We hit 6.
Sean Davis.
Recuse. We don't need 6 for this, right?
Oh, that's.
It's not a rezoning.
It's not a rezoning. Correct?
You're correct, 5-3 prevails.
5-3 prevails. So both of those or all 3 of those are now back to the city council. Welcome back to you.